Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Yeah, yeah.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, honorable members. And I will go through the formal opening soon. Just want to say welcome to everyone. I just want to give a minute or so, just in case anyone is still joining. There's quite a large amount of people joining us today, and obviously a very important discussion. Well, more than one discussion that we'll be engaging in today. If I may start by just going to the adoption of the agenda, can I please have an indication of support whether we can go ahead to adopt the agenda as it currently is? Nicolette, may I ask that you just share the agenda on the screen, please? Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Minister.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. I was wondering that on our side we were fine with the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We can then adopt the agenda. I see Honorable Kola Barnard also seconded that. Thank you. Just in terms of apologies, Babalwa, I know that Honorable Sosana indicated that he would not be attending. Are there any other apologies that we need to take note of?
Good morning, Chair. I only received an apology from Mr. Skosana.
Thank you, Babalwa. Honorable Ghana, you wanted to say something?
Thank you very much, Chair. Please note that I will be in and out of the meeting. I will also be attending the Chief Whip's meeting, so I will be in and out, but I will be here.
Thank you, Honorable Ghana. Colleagues, I'm going to go straight to the opening remarks, and the reason being that we can then start with the meeting. I just want to start by firstly, as I've already said, good morning to all the members of Parliament that are joining us today. I also want to say a special thank you, Honorable Minister of Police, for also attending today. I know that you have been stuck in cabinet meetings for some of the committee meetings, so thank you very much for attending today. And then so to the deputy ministers, also all the members of from the office of the DPCI, and specifically from the DPCI judge. It is such a pleasure to welcome you to the committee for the first time. I'd also like to welcome the DNA board, as well as the Civilian Secretariat for Police. Today, we are going to have several crucial discussions that I believe will help to shape, or can help to shape, parts of policing oversight and obviously forensic capabilities, as well as the national policing policy. The credibility of the police, and particularly the DPCI, or rather the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, has come under scrutiny recently following the suspension of officers linked to misconduct. I would like to, although in the same breath, say that we've noted an increase in arrests and suspension of alleged corrupt officers within SAPS, as well as here and there with the DPCI, and it's very, I think it should be welcomed that we see some cleaning up happening, and I think it is a step in the right direction. This has obviously reignited discussions on police integrity. Over the last few weeks in the committee, we've had several discussions where we touched on police integrity management, and it also has raised discussions regarding the effectiveness of internal disciplinary procedures. We, in that regard, welcome the appointment of Judge Lechori, and we welcome you to the meeting today. As I said earlier, it's a pleasure to have you here with us, And we want to thank you for taking up this very critical role to ensure police accountability, specifically with regards to the DPCI. The office of the DPCI judge plays a vital role in ensuring that the director's operations remain beyond reproach. And as an oversight body, your work guarantees that citizens' rights are upheld in the fight against organized crime, corruption, and other forms of high priority criminal activity. And we acknowledge the growing challenges you face, particularly in balancing effective policing with constitutional rights. Similarly, and I want to head over to the DNA board, the role of the DNA board cannot be overstated. The implementation of cutting-edge forensic science, like that in the newly opened facility in the Eastern Cape, has become indispensable in our pursuit of justice. And however, we also know that challenges persist, whether in terms of backlogs in forensic testing or the effective use of DNA databases. We know that there are several challenges that I know we will also engage today during our discussion. Lastly, the national policing policy serves as an overarching framework that guides the South African Police Service and other law enforcement bodies in the country in their operations, and it is a key instrument in addressing evolving security challenges in our communities. From violent crime to organized criminal syndicates, including the rise of extortion gangs and corruption, we must ensure that the policies we develop and implement are not only responsive to today's challenges, but are also future-proofed to anticipate and counter emerging threats. Over the past week, we have seen an alarming spike of violent crimes, including mass shootings, robberies, gang-related activities in several provinces. And in the Eastern Cape in particular, the mass shooting of 18 family members in Lusikisiki. I must congratulate the South African Police Service for their swift action in this regard. It's unfortunate that it's something that we couldn't prevent, but I know we are working on the crime intelligence capacity, and it's something we discuss weekly. But it must receive congratulations in the swift action that was taken. And I've heard that the last four suspects are all in custody as we speak. The incident underscores the need for action in curbing community violence and tackling gang activities that continue to plague many parts of the country. I know yesterday there were 2 fatal shootings of alleged extortionists in Cape Town, again, that tried to shoot at members of the South African Police Service, and clearly then met their match as they then succumbed to the injuries. In conclusion, the past week or two has really been a glaring reminder of the significant challenges that we face with regards to effective policing. And even though we saw successes, we need to continue to put our heads together to get to the necessary call to action as to what we can do for better and more effective solutions. We must ensure that all the different policies and oversight mechanisms are responsive to the emerging issues, and that we work towards fostering a safer, more just society. Lastly, colleagues, with that, I want to welcome you once again. Look forward to the discussion today and to a productive and meaningful session. Colleagues, we can move to the agenda. Just want to check. Someone tried to say something just now, but there are no hands up. So with that, I just want to first go to the consideration and the adoption of the committee's visit to the Philippi Training Academy. Honorable Ghana, may I just ask, I see your hand is still up. Now ask just to put it down unless you want to say something again. Honorable Schikkerling, do you want to say something?
No, Chair, thank you very much. I would just like to say that I have read the report of our oversight visit to the training college, and I think it has been captured extremely well, and I move for the adoption of it. I would just like to add that in the end, we do say that we would do a follow-up visit in November, and that we just stick to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Schikkerling. The plan is that we will go to the college again in November. I think within the next week or so, we will discuss potential dates with all the members of the committee, where we will go again in order to do a follow-up and to see what the progress has been, not only with regards to living conditions of the students, but also very importantly, and I think it's very important that this is mentioned while we are engaging kind of indirectly with the DPCI today, but with regard to the DPCI inquiry that has been running at the college. Honourable Ghana, I see your message. I'm certainly going to give the Minister of Police an opportunity to definitely give us an overview, if he likes, regarding the Lusikisiki shooting and the follow-up, and I think in general give him a few minutes just to give some feedback as to what the team is busy with. I just want to get through the reports, and then we can give solid attention to that before we kick off with the relevant presentations. Honourable Kola Barnard.
Yeah, thank you for that. Just one item in relation, well, two really. Philippi in the report is spelled with a double L. Now I've looked it up, checked, double checked, and normally it's with one L. I wonder if that's some sort of error or if I got it wrong, because it is spelled with one L earlier on in the agenda. And one other thing, the actual site visit around the academy was after the deliberations, yet in the report it's placed before the discussion in the report. Was that intentional? Why would that be? It's not how the meeting was progressed, as it were. And I agree with Honourable Schikkerling, under the departmental responses, that suggestion of regular reports. I suggested a monthly diaries run on the results of the investigation and other information requested, because I've seen firsthand how easy it is for requests like these to simply fade away as your agenda becomes more and more packed. And suddenly in 6 months you look back and say, whatever happened to that report, that investigation? Just a suggestion from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kola Barnard. Noted. I don't think there's a specific reason for the order of the report. We can certainly turn it around if need be. With regard to the spelling of Philippi, you're 100% correct. It's 2 P's and 1 L, and it is an adjustment that we can make. With regards to the follow-ups, I think in terms of the investigation, we did consider writing again, but we said that we want to give a fair chance before we visit the academy again, from where we will then give the necessary dates for the follow-ups. According to the information to my disposal, it's unfortunate to say that everyone implicated in corruption at the college is still at the college and still has access to the mess and the personnel funds at the college. The exact funds in which the wrongdoing, or with which the wrongdoing occurred. It is also unfortunate that it's been communicated to me that a senior person at the college has been shortlisted to a position at the Graafrenet Academy, despite the fact that he has been implicated in every single part of corruption at the Philippi College. Again, we will give the benefit of the doubt with regard to the inquiry, as General Labia indicated, and the team from DPCI indicated. But colleagues, I must add, and we've stressed this in the report too, and we will deliberate on this when we visit again, that it is extremely worrying to see the lack of urgency with regards to this, because it simply means that the continued wasteful expenditure and blatant theft of taxpayers' money is continuing while we are playing with an inquiry. I think there's, as Honourable Skosana always says, it leaves a lot to be desired. I want to continue to the report. If we make the amendments as you have suggested, Honourable Kola Barnard, is there anyone in objection to adopting the report regarding Philippi, honourable members? No, so we can, I think we can move on that. Then before we head over to the first presentation, Minister of Police, Minister Mchunu, I would like to ask if you are willing to maybe share some feedback, especially regarding Lusikisiki, if possible. Obviously, considering that this is a public platform, but as Honourable Ghana suggested, I think it would be fantastic to get some feedback in general from you as well. And again, thank you for your attendance today. Over to you.
Where is it?
Minister, I thought just for 1 second you had load shedding, because the
Yes,
whole the screen was very dark.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to you, Honourable Chair of the Portfolio Committee. Let me also greet the Deputy Ministers, Matale and Bushielo, and all colleagues in the Portfolio Committee. Yes, indeed, as mentioned, Chair, we are breathing a sigh of relief this morning on the latest developments regarding Lusikisiki. As said, after publicizing their faces and appealing to the public for help, a swift help did come yesterday, and the 3 were arrested in Potchefstroom, with the 4th phoning the police to say he has seen that he is wanted, and intends handing himself over to his London police, which he didn't do all of last night. And his lawyer supposedly phoned this morning to say he's going to bring him, and we're waiting for that, which then brings to 5 people who have been arrested and directly implicated. But we know that we still are sitting with the mastermind, so-called, who is in prison, who we have been avoiding in terms of the arrest. But it's a matter that is being processed. And in due course, he will then join the others. We have no doubt in our mind that he is directly involved. And the shock that is going to visit us as South Africans once more is that somebody sitting in prison could actually coordinate these matters to the tune of 18. Obviously, it's a concern. We have held a meeting with Minister Groenewald of Correctional Services to insist that we try to do something about this as a matter of urgency. This was before even this massacre. I understand that he's working on it together with paroles. As you know, the first one who was arrested, the first suspect directly linked, is said to be a parolee. Now, I think we need to move towards a very thin definition of parolees, and thin up the process so that it's not a gateway back to criminality in the context of South Africa, because police have now had to rearrest this person who was once arrested and was serving a long-term sentence. But that's a story for another day. So you will now have 5, and then once the one in prison gets arrested once more, there will be 6. But this is over and above the 3 that were arrested for other crimes in the same Lusikisiki, and were insisting that the police go on with other cases in Lusikisiki that had been outstanding for a long time, whether it's possession of firearm, it's murder, attempted murder, and so on. One of the first 3 that were arrested, but not directly connected, is a double murderer. And he can't be a murderer for the 3rd time any longer. So we have to tighten up our actions. But we're determined to sweep the whole of Lusikisiki, because it has been a den of criminality for quite some time, over a year or so. That's you mentioned the developments in the Western Cape, once more with regard to stubborn extortionists driving a stolen car. I spoke to the officers involved earlier on, and there is something terrible outside just policing and so on that I think we must develop, we must discuss. I don't know how, getting a range of opinions from South Africans, because our mindset has shifted to the wrong direction, despite the socio-political issues, socio-economic issues in the country. You can't have 3 people driving a stolen car, and they are driving to crime and to commit more crimes and so on, over and above the one and with them they are carrying illegal firearms, and they use them to shoot lawful police working to signal them to stop, and they shoot at them. So they are refusing to stop, pointing guns, they shoot illegal arms, firearms, driving a stolen car. All of that at the same time by single people, single individuals. I mean, by individuals, 3 of them. At least you can do something wrong once. It will be a slip in behavior. But when you propel yourself this way, so there's something societal about it that we need to think about. But in the meantime, we're not going to relent. We're not going to relent. We are saying to police, do your job. This other job we will do. When a criminal is there, when they are suspects, arrest them on the spot. But if they resist, use force that is equivalent to the need. And if they shoot, of course, that they know very well of giving them those marching orders. But elsewhere, even in Gauteng, there are lots and lots of arrests, and other people are appearing in Pamrish court today via activities of DPCI. Generally, we're happy with this, except that in Bergville, the 5 people who were shot by a relative, they're a concern. It's something that is difficult to police when there are feuds within families and you don't know them, you are not aware of them. And all of a sudden, this person pounds on people who are defenseless, but he himself is a member of the family, attacking and fatally stabbing a person who is disabled, and 2 children and 1 elderly person. So he was just, having a feast. And then the other one who just went mad in Orange Farm, quarreling about liquor and the closure of the liquor outlet, and the Rivella clubs, the owner, instead of even sorting that thing out with fists, he goes home to fetch a firearm. So you drive to fetch a firearm. You don't cool down. You get your firearm, you go back to the scene, the person is not there. You don't cool down and give up. You follow them to their home, you find them, and then you shoot everybody on scene. and then you go back home, still not cooling down, you shoot yourself. So all 7 people died like that. But it increases the number of deaths or murders in the country, but very much concerning in terms of opportunistic. I don't know how to define these deaths, these murders, because they are not in the normal course, if there's something normal about this. But where there are these things, even Lusisi, by the way, because you'll see that there are relatives there. The mastermind himself is a relative, a close relative, a brother actually, to the sister that was murdered last year, and the sisters, the 2 that were murdered this year, and their relatives. But all in all, the work is continuing, and on the matters today, coming back to that, just to do all of them in one breath. The first report, I think what we are concerned about is the thin budget. I wouldn't say thin, I would say small budget, or less than enough budget that the board is trying to work on, which I think in good time things will stabilize, given the fact that they come from a background which is rather hasn't been a very good background, but they are working themselves out of that. And in good time, they will balance while we look at how we can juggle around funding. But that's the only concern. And the backlog that they've registered, we are working on this to try and projectize it by working, among other things, whether we can't get some once-off funding from any source so that we can clean up. On the next one, the DPCI judge, the report is fine. We've had a meeting with the Honorable Judge to discuss some of the pertinent issues in the office, where they need support. We are we're going to be on ongoing discussion. They are not huge and difficult matters, but of course they're matters to ease their work so that they are efficient as they would want. So, Honorable Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. Without delay, I hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. Thank you for all the feedback. We really appreciate it, and look forward to your input today as well. Colleagues, with that, I'm going to hand over to Advocate Chauke. I'm going to share a timer today because, and I hope she takes the humor, Honorable Etlape, I would like to welcome you today. I always tease you with the timer, but firstly, I'm really glad you're back and that you're healthy. So welcome, a special welcome to you as well. Colleagues, I'm going to share the timer for the sake of keeping time, but I'm specifically going to share it when we engage in the discussion after the presentation in order to make sure that we don't go over time. So Advocate Chauke, if I may hand over to you.
Good morning. It's Advocate Mercedes Chauke, Mogadikwa Chauke. Special greetings to the chairperson of Peacock, the Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to all members of Peacock. Greetings to the Honorable Minister Mtunu, Deputy Minister Matali and Bushielo, and all honorable members of Peacock. Greetings. I've already introduced myself. I also want to greet the Honorable Judge Lohodi. Greetings to you, Honorable Member. I am Mercedes once more, the chairperson of a DNA board. A DNA board is it's a constituent body It's called the National Forensic Oversight and Ethics Board. This is one of the most essential boards in the police departments. The board was appointed by the Minister of Police in 2020, 1st May 2020. It's a statutory functional as defined in Section 15Z of DNA Act. The functions, I'll briefly tell about the functions of the board. Number one is to provide regular, independent, and effective governance and oversight over the overall operation of the National Forensic DNA Database. That's NFDD. We also work to ensure that ethical, legal, and social implications of the use of forensic DNA in criminal investigations are considered. Furthermore, the board also is receiving and assessing complaints from any affected person regarding any alleged violation regarding the abuse of DNA samples and forensic DNA profiles. Furthermore, security breaches in the database and/or processes. The DNA board has compiled a report. I'm sure there are several members of the board. We have invited them. I have not had the luxury of seeing who is present from the board, but I will quickly name the members of the board. It's myself, the chairperson, Mercedes Mogadikwa. Then it's Mr. Sono, who is the deputy chair. Then we've got Advocate Rawat. Then we've got Dr. Ellis, Dr. Advocate Pikari, Mr. Mtetwa, Mr. Murema, Dr. Likubu, and Dr. Ncha, who are also members of the board. But we do not forget the Mr. Sivui, who is the DG. He is also present. I've seen his name. Yeah. Now, the board has prepared a report. I would like to hand over to Advocate Hansi, who will do the presentation on behalf of the board on the report that has been presented. Advocate Hansi, can you take the opportunity and do the presentation on the slides regarding our reports?
Good morning. Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Police. Good morning to honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning to the Minister of Police, the Deputy Ministers of Police, to the board, to Judge Lehudi, and to members, all members on the platform. Let me just get out of my, so I can start my presentation. Sorry, Chair.
Please don't worry. Go for it.
Now, I see we only have 25 minutes. The clock is ticking, so you can continue.
Actually, it's 19 minutes and 42 seconds, Chair.
Okay.
100%. I see you've got the time all figured out.
My screen will not minimize, so I'm struggling with that. Can I ask that the screen first be removed, if I may, the visuals, so that I can get back to my smaller screen? I think, Busi, you are flighting. Can you please remove the presentation quickly? Thank you. Now I'm able to minimize. Thank you. We've prepared a report to the Portfolio Committee. It will cover the annual report of the 2023-2024 annual report. And as you're aware, the National Forensics Oversight and Ethics Board is known by its moniker, the DNA Board. Slide 2, please. This is the purpose of the presentation. This presentation serves to brief the Portfolio Committee on Police on the progress made by the DNA Board in executing its oversight mandate in respect of the performance of the National Forensic DNA Database as well as the use of forensic DNA in the investigation of crimes. The board is also mandated to report annually to the National Assembly, as outlined under Section 15AC5 of the DNA Act on its functions. The presentation covers the reporting period 1 April 2023 to 31 March 2024. This also serves to apprise the PCOP on matters that were focus areas for the DNA board over the reporting period, so as to enhance the operations of the FSL and the NFDD. Slide 3, please. The presentation overview. The presentation will look at the mandate of the National Forensic Oversight and Ethics Board, the composition of the board, board governance and its committees, the operational plan that was put forward for the 2023-2024 financial year, any operational challenges, achieved objectives as per the plan of action, the analysis, performance by the Forensic Science Laboratory, the overall performance of the National Forensic DNA Database, compliance by detectives in sampling persons arrested and charged for Schedule 8 offenses, follow-up of forensic investigative leads by detectives for known and unknown persons, the monitoring of training by SAPS on buccal sample collection, as well as the general implementation of the DNA Act. Slide 4, please. The mandate. The National Forensics Oversight and Ethics Board, commonly known as the DNA Board, is established and regulated by the Criminal Law Forensic Procedures Amendment Act number 37 of 2013. Section 15Z of the DNA Act prescribes that the board must monitor the implementation of Chapter 15 of the DNA Act and make proposals to the minister on the improvement of practices regarding the overall operations of the National Forensic DNA Database. Slide 5, please. We continue on the mandate. The DNA Board's legislative mandate focuses on providing regular, independent, and effective governance and oversight over the overall operations of the National Forensic DNA Database. It also ensures that ethical, legal, and social implications of using forensic DNA are considered in criminal investigation, receiving and evaluating complaints from complainants regarding the alleged violations related to the misuse of DNA samples and forensic DNA profiles. It also handles any complaints on alleged security breaches to the National Forensic DNA Database. Slide 6, please. The board composition. As Advocate Chauke has indicated, she sits as the chairperson of the DNA board. Mr. Sona sits as the deputy chairperson. Mr. Amaru at the time sat as the acting secretary for police service, as well as a board member.
Chairperson, point of order.
Yes.
What
Yes.
the presenter is reading said does not correspond with what is on the screen right now. So either it's my challenge with my screen, or I'm not sure whether I'm the only one whose slides do not correspond with what's been read. Thank you.
No, it's correct. The 6 that is on the screen does not correlate with with what is contained in the 6th page of what we have.
That's why I put my hand up, Chairperson, and you've been ignoring my hand.
No, sorry, Honorable Taibosh. I was actually reading the presentation that was emailed to us. So I was following on there, so I wasn't looking on the screen. But I won't ignore your hand again. Please just correct it, and then we'll continue.
If I may, Chair, I believe they are presenting the abridged version, which was presented in a briefing. I sent through the correct one, which is 34 pages long.
Okay, just give a moment. Is someone going to switch it back on? The correct one?
I'm not sure, Chairperson, because I'm not flighting. I'm struggling to flight from my cell phone.
Who is flighting it at the moment for you?
I believe it's the CSPS Parliamentary Liaison Officer, Ms. Busi Masibuko.
Okay, just give a second.
Correct. That would be slide 6. Thank you.
There we go. Let's work off that. Please continue.
Thank you. I'll start the board composition once again. As indicated, Advocate Mercedes Mukadikwa-Chauke is the Senior Counsel, is the Chairperson of the Board. Mr. Raymond Sono sits as the Deputy Chairperson. At the time of compiling this report, this financial year, Mr. Takalani Ramaru sat as Acting Chairperson for Police Service and as a board member. Mr. Lakim Tetwa is the representative for Correctional Services. Advocate Elizabeth Pikara is a representative for the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. Dr. Karen Ellis sits as a board member. Advocate Ravat sits as a board member. Slide 7, please. Mr. Daniel Morema also sits as a board member. We move on to slide 8, please. For the reporting period, Mr. Raymond Sono acted as chairperson for the board as legislated by the DNA Act. Mr. Sono acted from November 2022 until February 2024. Mr. Ramaru was the acting secretary during the period under review, meaning he also sat on the board as a member. Mr. Ramaru officially stepped down in March, alternatively April 2024. During the reporting period, specifically on the 11th of September 2023, a private sector board member, namely Dr. Nkosinati Miyeza, submitted his resignation from the board. In January 2024, the representative for the Department of Health, Ms. Pakiso Nyechizivani, retired from the public sector, and subsequent thereto her appointment on the board fell away. At the close of the financial year, the board consisted of 8 members rather than the legislated 10 members. Slide 9, please. Board governance. The DNA board has developed its own governance rules and procedures in accordance with Section 15(x)(2) of the DNA Act. This is supported by committees as provided for in Section 15(z)(5), which are further supported by the development of terms of reference, which provide a framework for the effective and efficient functioning of the board. The subcommittees are comprised of at least 3 board members, some board members serving on more than one committee. Slide 10, please. Board governance as well as the board's committees. The planning committee, also referred to as the ad hoc committee. The committee develops the board plan of action, which oversees the objectives for the reporting period. The committee also develops the priority plan for the financial year. The focus areas stem from the SAP's annual operational plan. The public relations subcommittee. It promotes awareness for the board's existence and functions and mandate. It broadens media awareness, as well as expands an online presence and a communication service from a centralized point. Complaints Assessment and Investigations Committee. This committee receives and addresses complaints with respect to the violation of DNA samples or profiles. Following its full assessment, investigation, and report of a complaint, it refers it to the collective board for reporting to the minister. The scope of work done by this particular committee is legislated under Section 15(x)(1), subsection D, subsection V. Slide 11, please. The board's operational plan for the 2023-24 financial year sought to oversee the following areas: monitoring the DNA analysis performance, monitoring adherence by SAPS to quality management systems, monitoring the growth and maturity of the National Forensic DNA Database, including monitoring the loading of the various indices, following up on progress related to the integration of CODA software into the National Forensic DNA Database, monitoring compliance by detectives regarding the mandatory buccal sampling of persons arrested and charged for Schedule 8 offenses, monitoring compliance with Regulation 12 of the DNA Act regulations, which refer to the establishment of forensic investigative units to track and investigate candidate forensic investigative leads. It also oversees the SAP's contract management systems, including those that provide supplies to the forensic science laboratory, including monitoring the availability of evidence collection kits nationally. It also monitored the training of SAPS officials on buccal sample collection as mandated by the DNA Act. A task that has also been added was monitoring the progress made with regard to sampling of convicted offenders. It is not, however, reported in this particular annual report. Slide 12, please. Thank you. The board was faced with some challenges, with the same challenge as the previous financial year. Public awareness and stakeholder engagement drives were not undertaken during the 2023-2024 financial year. Awareness campaigns are regulated by Section 15(t) of the DNA Act. The reasons for not holding awareness campaigns are due to continued budgetary constraints, as well as cost containment measures that were put in place by National Treasury effective September 2023. The lack of awareness campaigns means the board continues to operate as an unknown entity to the South African public, and as such, affected individuals may not be familiar with the board's mandate or the right to lodge DNA-related complaints with the board. Slide 13, please. Thank you. Achievements as per the board's plan of action, complaints management. During the year under review, the DNA board received 2 complaints. The first complaint was referred by the Office of the Public Protector. It pertained to an alleged systematic maladministration at the Forensic Science Laboratory. Whilst the board was looking into the elements of the complaint, the Office of the Public Protector withdrew this complaint, citing that the complaint had already been investigated and finalized by the Public Service Commission. The second complaint was submitted anonymously in December 2023. The complaint was acknowledged but could not be resolved within the year under review. The board continues to work with the South African Police Service as the investigation continues. Slide 14. Monitoring supply chain and contract management systems and processes, which include stock level management. The SAPS is continually working on improving its inventory monitoring, as a lack thereof can easily lead to stock level shortages. At the end of the reporting period, all procurement contracts were reported to be in place. The board also noted that systems have been put in place by the South African Police Service to monitor the availability of evidence collection kits at all police stations through inventory and weekly reporting processes. For the reporting period, a total of 406,749 evidence collection kits were included in the demand management plan for all provinces. A total of 406,749 kits were procured and distributed to the provinces. This implies 100% of the demand was being met by supply chain management. Slide 15, please. Monitoring the process of acquiring and integrating CODIS software into the NFDD to aid in the conducting of familial searches. Following the signing of the service level agreement between the South African Police Service and the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the focus moved to onboarding and integrating the CODIS software into the NFDD. The process of onboarding CODIS is a project that began with training members of the SAPS on the CODIS software. This process also requires the SAPS to procure laptops that have the required RAM processing capacity, which enables the functioning of CODIS. The board has also been monitoring the transfer of DNA profiles from the National Forensic DNA Database into the CODIS module. Slide 16, please. Monitoring the establishment of forensic investigative units in the provinces, which follow up on investigative leads in compliance with Regulation 12 of the DNA Act regulations. SAPS Organizational Development Unit developed a project plan that would address how forensic investigative units will be established and capacitated with the necessary resources. The SAPS provided the board with a pilot project plan on the implementation of forensic investigative units on the 11th of November 2023. The board acknowledges that the establishment of forensic investigative units is underway and a recruitment process for human capital has begun. The DNA board will continue to engage the SAPS on the project and its progress. Slide 17. Slide 17 is a line graph. The narrative is found on slide 18. If we could please move to slide 18. Thank you. The down management of cases finalized outside of technical indicator descriptives. The line graph on slide 17 depicts the number of entries that exceed the prescribed timelines. These entries are on the rise. At the close of the previous financial year, the number of entries processed outside of the TIDs stood at 55,681. At the close of the current reporting period, the number of entries had risen to 74,142. Denoting an increase of 24.9%. It is important to note that any accumulation of DNA entries beyond the prescribed timeframes is a cause for concern, as it may negatively impact the efficiency of the NFDD, as well as the timely and rapid identification of offenders. This may also lead to accumulated backlogs. Slide 19, please. The table will talk to routine, non-routine, and DNA intelligence, including reference index exhibits. The narrative is found on slide 20. The table above references analysis of the completion rate of routine cases for the reporting period, which remained below target. only 13.6% of routine case submissions were completed within the required 35 calendar days against the annual operational plan, the target of 75%. The target was not met. The table also references the completion rate for non-routine or else what is known as complex exhibits, which also remained below target at 31.65%. The target of completing 70% within 113 calendar days was not achieved. The table further references finalized DNA intelligence exhibits for the reporting period, which stood at a total of 66.4%. A total of 199,485 out of 300,438 of the DNA intelligence entries were completed within the specified 90 calendar days. The target of 80% within 90 calendar days, according to the SAPS TIDs, was not achieved. Slide 21. The finalization of exhibits against registered entries. The graph will be, the narrative is provided for on slide 22. The forensic science biology section must complete 90% of its DNA case exhibits against the total number of exhibits received and registered annually. Slide 21 above shows that for the period under review, 343,973 exhibits were completed against the 383,858 exhibits that were registered. This denotes a completion rate of 89.61%. The target of 90% was missed by a mere 0.39%. Slide 23, please. The total gender-based violence casework in progress. This table reflects the gender-based violence and femicide cases that are enrolled on the court roll. This is an initiative between the National Prosecuting Authority and the SAPS, which is an initiative they agreed to, where cases of this nature are prioritized in a bid to combat the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide within the country. Slide 24. During the year under review, a total of 16,606 reports were prioritized by the FSL and forwarded to the NPA. The cumulative number of prioritized reports since the inception of this project amounts to 44,709. Slide 25, the overall performance of the National Forensic DNA Database. This line graph, the narrative is found on slide 26, please. Thank you. The National Forensic DNA Database is established in terms of Section 15G1 of the DNA Act to facilitate and enable the management and coordination of comparative searches. In addition to the overall maturity, the performance and effectiveness of the NFDD is assessed through its various indices. The intention is to ensure a higher number of profiles being loaded onto the convicted indice, arrestee indice, as well as the crime scene indice. The above column graph on slide 25 shows that a total of 60,696 profiles were loaded onto the different indices, while 45,209 profiles were expunged from the database. The total number of active profiles on the NFDD at the close of the reporting period stood at 1,169,185. The table on slide 27 is an even clearer depiction of the profiles loaded and expunged on the NFDD. Slide 28, please. Slide 29 below will indicate an 82.6% compliance rate by detectives nationally with requirements of the Act in sampling persons arrested and charged for Schedule 8 offenses. During the year under review, 364,477 Schedule 8 offenders were arrested and charged during the reporting period. However, only 300,997 of those samples were collected. A total of 63,480 perpetrators were not sampled. KwaZulu-Natal, the Western Cape, and the Free State were the least compliant provinces. This raises concerns because Schedule 8 offenders whose buccal samples have not been obtained and loaded onto the NFDD may negatively affect the criminal justice value chain in linking serial offenders to crimes committed. That would be a depiction of that on slide 29. Thank you. Slide 30. The table on slide 31 will show that at the beginning of the 2023-24 financial year, a baseline of 2,824 DNA profiles, possibly linking perpetrators to crimes, was issued for follow-up and investigation. Under the reporting period, it is recorded that 57.54% of known leads were finalized, A baseline of 653 crime-to-crime leads. These are unknown leads were issued, and 60.3% were finalized. A target of 50% for baseline leads needs to be met annually for both known and unknown leads. These targets were met. That would be the table that depicts the leads and unknown leads. Slide 33. Slide 32, my mistake. This is the training of SAPS on buccal sample collection in compliance with the DNA Act. The narrative is found on slide 33. The table on slide 32 depicts the total number of members trained in buccal sampling since the promulgation of the DNA Act. The number of trained members at the close of the reporting periods, which is the 2023-24 financial year, stood at a total of 57,918. This brings me to the close of the presentation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Advocate Kanisi. Chairperson of Peacock, this is the presentation on behalf of the DNA board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have a discussion of approximately 30 minutes where the members can engage and ask questions. I'm going to start. I see already hands are up. Honorable Kola Barnard, Honorable Schikkerling, any of the other members. Let's take 5 members' questions. Honorable Letlape, Honorable Taibosh. Please leave your hands up until after you've spoken. And then I just want to remind you to, when you speak, please switch on your camera when you raise your questions. Honorable Kola Barnard, we can start with you.
Thanks very much. Couple of questions. Just it's wonderful that the minister is here. Perhaps he could explain how it happened. I'm speaking as someone who was intimately involved in the creation of the DNA legislation. And how on earth did this body go 3 years without a judge? And that fell under the then Minister Cele. What on earth was the thinking behind that? Inconceivable to me. There have also always been issues with forensic evidence arriving timeously at court hearings. For example, there's an officer arrested and accused of rape, let out on 5,000 Rand bail in Pietermaritzburg this week. The claim is the alleged victim was at the SAP station to do an affidavit, was taken into his office and then raped. Now, the man was released on bail and the case postponed till the 11th of this month, but the forensic evidence wasn't ready. So now it's been postponed again. That's till the 4th of December as they wait. And it really shouldn't be that lawyers have to ask MPs for help in obtaining such evidence, because next thing, this case is pushed to next year. And again, and again. And there are huge difficulties for the alleged victim and legal team in finding out whether or not the case is on or off or moved or where it's going to sit. It's a horrendous situation. So when there are delays like this, what would the board's advice be? Is there not a system which speaks to the necessity to provide evidence for specific court cases? I think that's the issue. The complaint of maladministration at the Forensic Science Laboratory has already been investigated, as you say, by the Public Service Commission. Excuse me if it has already been, but has that report been presented to this committee? And what was the second complaint that you referred to? What are the details of that complaint? And then looking at the routine case exhibitions, as crime has risen year after year, how is it that the number of case exhibits have dropped from 71,000 in 2022 down to 12,000? I'm rounding it off, obviously. Even with that massive drop in numbers, the completion rate has dropped to just 11.7%. Any insights here on what is happening? It's just inconceivable to me that those numbers are dropping like that. And with the DNA intelligence, the success rate drops from quarter to quarter. Success rate starts first quarter 79, second quarter 70, then down to 58, 57. Why would that be in each quarter that it drops further and further? And finally, your input on the fact that only 13.6% of routine case submissions were completed within the required 35 calendar days. Now, hundreds of millions have been spent on these laboratories and on the outcomes of this legislation. And this massive missing of targets is appalling. Could we have your input on that one, please? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kola Barnard. Honorable Schikkerling.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to everyone again. Chair, while I am obviously, we welcome the fact that there's been a decrease in the amount of outstanding cases. It is a little concerning to me that I can see that there is an increase again of outstanding DNA results. And DNA remains one of the most effective crime fighting tools in our country, especially where cold cases are concerned. So we have to ensure that the CSPS have the necessary consumables and the training that they require to ensure that the samples are taken correctly and that there's actually an outcome. I have to agree with Honorable Kola Barnard. I went through a few court cases lately where I've sat in court, and the amount of cases that have been scrapped off the roll due to insufficient DNA information because of the lawyers waiting for so long and the cases being postponed and them eventually being scrapped off the roll is very, very concerning. It shouldn't be that way. That we are the cause of a case not being able to go to fruition. So that is a concern for me. I also have a question about the 45,209 profiles that were expunged. Shouldn't it be better for us to retain all the information on the system? It doesn't mean that the profiles of people that are guilty, but the more information we have on the system, obviously it's just a lot better for us in the long run to have more buccal samples of a whole lot of people instead of just a few. So I would like to know why those have been expunged. But once again, I do welcome the fact that the amount that are outstanding are lowered, but they are definitely on an increase again. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Schikkeling. Honorable Leslape.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to colleagues. Chair, I want to add on to Honorable Schikeling's input. That my worry is that it says in the report that there has not been public awareness campaigns where the public does not know the role of the DNA board and what rights they have and how to lodge a complaint to the DNA board, which is very worrisome because a lot of people are returned in court because the samples have not arrived and therefore the cases can't continue and they have to wait for years before it gets finalized. But the other thing is, I see the DNA board says that they have an agreement with SAPS to prioritize GBV cases, GBVF cases. I want to know what is the turnaround time for these prioritized cases, because most of these cases are also turned back in court because the samples have not been concluded and maybe we must also, Chair, consider being more advanced. For instance, you can't delete a sample because it's not relevant to the cases that you were looked at. Maybe we should consider having them, storing them there, so that it also fast tracks the process of other cases that may come. Most of the times, you find that these offenders are not really first-time offenders. They are repetitive offenders, and therefore it becomes much more easier if we have all the samples that we have gathered in a system, and as and when this case is reported, the first stop is to go back to the database that we have and look at the database instead of having to go and start the whole process from scratch. And I also want to check on the 2 complaints that they received. I hear now there's 1 complaint that has not been finalized yet. What could be the reasons as well for not reaching the targets? Because most of these targets are not met. And maybe there is something that stops them from reaching the targets. And it is very important because the DNA board, if samples are not completed on time, they've got a very negative impact in completing such cases in court. And it also has a negative impact in people reporting cases overall because of the length it takes to complete these cases. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Lehlape. Honourable Taibosh.
Morning, Chair. Morning, Minister. All protocol observed. Yeah, I'm pretty much covered, Chair. I think Dr. Barnett and Honourable Schikkeling covered. The second complaint that we're talking about on slide 13, we'd like to know the details, the full details of that complaint and what is the holdup. And then on slide 16, we would like to know what the progress is. Why is it taking so long? Slide 18, we're talking about the DNA lab and the response times. There's a major increase. 24% is a major increase in the backlog of the DNA results. And really, I can't stress enough. And like Honourable Schikkeling has said, I've also sat in a couple of court cases and it's in court and listened to cases. It's amazing how many cases gets thrown out of court because of the delay of DNA results. So, and I mean, these guys just go out and they perform the same crimes again. And, they hope that they will never get to court because of the DNA results. So that can no longer be an excuse for SEPS. It's years now that this is going on, and that can no longer be an excuse. We either need new technology or something, but something must happen. But for people to walk out of court because, the DNA results are not in or it's taken too long. And, unfortunately, the attorneys and the lawyers, they are taking advantage of this because they know the law and at the end of the day, the public, the communities, they are suffering at the hands of these criminals. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Taibosh. Honourable Muela, and then we'll go back to the board to continue the discussion. Honourable Muela, please go ahead. You're muted, Honourable Muela. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to the DNA board, the minister, and all portfolio committee members. Chair, I think the most important question that I wanted to pose with regard to the turnaround strategy, Honourable Lehlape has touched on it in terms of turnaround priority cases which have a backlog of 24% and so, which is a bit high. But I want to understand one thing with regard to the laboratory labs that we are having in the country. How many are we having that deals with these priority crimes? Because we've got a very number of cases which have been in court for a very long time, waiting for results of lab. And so if we can check how many labs are we actually having, which led to most of delays that we're having in terms of completing most of our cases. So another question that I want to pose is with regard to the Act. The Act gives provision to people who have arrested on Schedule 8 offenses to be taken into a DNA board. But I want to check in terms of the foreign nationals who are clouding our criminal justice system, what is the strategy with regard to the system of DNA? Because I believe if they are not legal in our country and they are the ones who are committing most of crimes in our country, what is the plan going forward in resolving this matter? Because most of the people who are committing these crimes are the ones who are not documented, and it's not easy to trace them and trace their DNA because they are not legal in their country. What is the strategy in terms of dealing with these matters, working together with other stakeholders, including the Home Affairs and everyone who's involved in the criminal justice system? That will be my submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Muela. I'm going to hand over back to the team from the board to work through the questions before we go for another round.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, I would not have a response as to why. One of the first questions was why was no judge for 3 years at the DNA board. I think I would hand over that to the Honorable Minister or the deputies to respond to that. But from my side, as the chairperson,
sorry, let's continue with all the others first, and then we'll come back to that one.
All right. The degree of outstanding results, I think that is the problem now, and the decline in handling the samples in the DNA board. Pastor Sono, can I hand this over to you to respond?
Thank you, Chair. To the PICOC Chair, Cameron, Honorable Minister and the DMs, Honorables, Judge Luhodi, and all Honorables in the House be greeted, all protocol observed. You will forgive me, I did not note the exact names of the Honorables who were asking questions, but I tried to jot down the questions. So I will just say Honorable number 1, and then number 2 up to where I can get to try to answer one after the other based on the knowledge of the board. But it sounds like generally all are worried in the House about the delays of cases, as well. In short, we can say complaints about cases that are delayed. Here I see the Honorable number 1 spoke much of the rape case delayed for the release of DNA case and what could be, and also the inconsistency in terms of linear growth quarter after quarter of performance. So what could be the reason? And also why didn't the FSLs reach the targets for the previous 2023-2024 annual appraisals? But she indicated 71,000 to 12,000 in rounding. Let me start by maybe going there. They indicated that they managed to do 89.61, and when we round up, it's 90%, which gives us a leverage to conclude when we extrapolate that they managed to reach to 10% outstanding, which is required as per current appraisals. So the issue of delays of cases, specifically, there is a case that she spoke about, which is what the board in the meantime is trying to reach to. We are hearing a lot about cases, and we are of the desire to know which cases are these, because if they were not brought to the board as complaints, here we talk of a case, we talk about case number, we talk about the station, we talk about lab numbers, which we can trace if they are not there. And we want to know which case, where is it, what happened to this case, because each case is unique. Each case has got its own problem. So if we have an anonymous case presented as a delayed case, we have to anonymously answer as follows. That the FSL in our watch created backlogs to the NPA, created backlogs to the NFDD, NPA, who is our client, if we stand as the board, though we are independent, allow me to say like that. So we have got doubts if we have to answer anonymously, whether is the problem of the NPA to deliver because of their backlogs, or is the cases that are complicated due to their inhibitions and degraded DNAs, which must be repeated and get repeated to try to find court quality profiles, or it's any other circumstance or any other thing which we may think it's a problem, because we don't have a case on the table. We only have anonymous cases. Therefore, we conclude we are working with rumors. And it's difficult for us as a board to answer rumors. Now, the issue of quotas, they fluctuate and differ, is the issue of what no one can predict. We don't know how many people will be killed in a quota. We don't know how many people will be raped in a quota. We may try to predict, but we may miss out. If we have the influx of 40,000, for an example, in a quota, that's what we will deal with. If it shoots because of seasons and circumstances, like now we have Chanyela, we have got also the Schedule 8 cases that are coming, the swaps for RIs, automatically or ultimately we shall have these fluctuations which are not predictable. Nobody knows how many people will commit crimes and which crimes, which may be DNA related. Therefore, if we found cases that are far low, for instance, when we had a lockdown, we had no cases almost much as when people are freely lingering around at night without a curfew. So that is the answer. We only depend on the influx, and we have to check why now the cases are high. For instance, now, by June, I think, the National Commissioner announced 700,000 arrests, and we expected that we will shoot high with influx, which it was once has happened. And from December to now, we added at most 400 swaps from offenders. So, convicted offenders. So in this regard, I may answer that way in terms of number one. Number two, let me be quick and finish. Number two is also an increase in DNA results. That's where also we are eager to see this increase in writing where we see cases. These are the cases, because numbers means a lot in terms of scientific interpretations. When you talk of 75% of the cases that must be finished in 35 days, and you are talking about you are talking about routine cases here, and you are talking about 1 million cases, you are talking about at most 750,000. But if you received 100,000, you are talking of 75,000. So you may wonder, why did they manage to handle 75% in a certain quarter and they didn't manage to handle 75% in another quarter? These 75% are not equal. Therefore, this must be monitored and must be known and shouldn't be generalized. Number three, worry, no public awareness. The challenge is the budget. The board has never, ever had money. I don't think we shall have enough money, but let me just say, money to cover campaigns. We never had money to do even a single campaign. We only put ourselves to corporate governance, which is not functional because of budget, no budget. So when it comes to GBV cases, which we were asked, or it was asked, turnaround times for GBV cases, how long are they? We don't have turnaround specifically. The routine cases, as per the TIDs, the turnaround times stands. There has been, in our knowledge, no review yet, but we believe that operationally, the submissions were made after we made recommendations. pertaining this backlog, definitions and other stuff. But rather, we have got normal turnaround times, which are there stipulated in our reports for routine, non-routine, and intelligence. We are following that. But what we say is GBV cases are prioritized. And you say up to how long? Up to the court dates, like any other case, which we are fighting that it must not reach a court date without attendance, nor to report submitted to the prosecution. So a GBV case, when it comes and is identified like any other case that has got a court date, it is taken same time to the processes rather than going through normal channels with other cases, which doesn't have court dates, which are intelligence. So in this regard, the turnaround times is starting with it now and finishing it as we start. Based on factors that are against the processes, we might not have the same time to finish all these cases, which we may put it now down, but the court date will be dictating us to finish it before that date. So it should be in the hands of the court. And that's what is the relationship between us and the FSL and the NPA. So now, I'm sorry, I might have chowed a lot of your time. This answers number 4 as well. What I said answers number 4 as well. Cases are thrown out of court. We are looking for them. If they can help us with cases that are thrown out of court, we will trace them. Who was a culprit in delaying the cases? If it's FSL, we are ready to take it up. Since when we began with them, in our knowledge, all cases are going before court dates, and they are bombarding NPA to a level of backlog in the NPA. Number 5, last one, turnaround time strategy post labs in SA. Labs in SA are 4. Operational labs are 4 in South Africa: Pretoria, Cape Town, Eastern Cape, and Durban. We have got 3 fully fledged laboratories amongst them, which are 3. All of them except Durban, with which we are not that very happy about their state of what can I say, empowerment. We are still working on empowering these labs, especially Durban. So these are the answer to that. We already proposed to this platform that we must do the preliminary labs in all provinces, prioritizing with where is more crime than the other provinces, which is Mpumalanga. So we strongly believe that this will happen. So yeah, the issue of foreign nationals, I think it may be in a political level. However, our interpretation of this is unlike fingerprints. We worry about fingerprints, which all of us, we are in the database, but the rest of the nation is not yet in the database when we look at DNA. So whether you find a South African or a foreign national whom you are looking for their DNA, the database doesn't tell you much, except you once had this person's crime sample in a crime, whether national or foreign national or not. If you find them as suspects and they were once participating in a crime and you had their deposits, you will be able to arrest them. But in terms of fingerprint, that's where currently we have a worry, because we have a database for all of us in a fingerprint database, and we don't have theirs. Therefore, it affects us negatively. However, we support that we must be having in future the database for DNA, which will help us as you desire. Thanks to the chair and to the House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sono. Dr. Ellis, would you also like to add on the responses?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Karen Ehlers. I just want to also add that the DNA board do share the concern regarding the rising numbers and the targets not being met in the forensic laboratory. Based on the reporting that we received from the FSL, they did indicate that due to water and power interruptions added, as well as equipment failure. So the board, we recently did request that they just send us a report indicating how they are going to fix this problem in the laboratory and improve the turnaround time of the sampling processing in the laboratory. Thank you, Chair. And thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ellis. Yes, the board has challenges because remember, we are the oversight role players. We are not the doers. We do inquire into these things, and they are also a source of concern for us. When we see numbers going up, it becomes a problem because we know that for the past 5 years, they have reinforced all these delays, but they were conquered. But now it looks like it's steadily going up, and now we have taken it up with FSL, but FSL gave us this idea that the NPP, they do not have any more backlog with the prosecution. In fact, the prosecution was given so much that they are the ones who are delaying in court. So if there are any other complaints of this nature, they should be taken to us, because now we are not even aware as the board as to who the complainants are, who are saying there is an increase. We do see the numbers, but obviously the numbers are supported by the fact that they are saying there are operations that are undertaken in the country, the Operation Pamukoti, the Chanelas and all that. Personally, I was in courts to go and verify these things. And I went to specifically Harankua Court on Monday morning. And there were about 200 bail applicants who were arrested during the weekend. And yes, there were supposed to be samples taken from them because there are various crimes. So those, because of these operations, what the police officers are doing with these operations is a good job, but it does inundate the laboratories because they have to work faster and at a faster pace and with more, on their hand. So yes, that is a problem. Apologies. I see time is up.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Thank you. That was just the timer. I'm gonna come to you now, DM. Noted, and then I'm gonna come to Honorable Kola Barnard. I just have a few short comments. I must be honest that I'm starting to feel like we need to do far better oversight ourselves over the DNA board, because it feels to me like the presentation given, although a good and informative presentation, has been copy and pasted from FSL. With respect, it's no good telling us that you note the concerns or you note the issues, because you should be presenting the solutions along with them that have already been tabled, not only to FSL, but to the police minister's office and all the relevant people that go with it. And saying that operations like Operation Chanela or any other operations are causing for delays, again, it cannot be seen as an excuse, because it's something that should be anticipated as strategic planning occurs. So the board should have then gone to the strategic section of the South African Police Service and said, but we need to anticipate what this will do to the DNA backlog. And when we then give feedback to the Police Portfolio Committee, we would need to indicate what measures we have put in place, whether it's public-private partnerships, whether it's taking hands with universities, but what can we do to better this process? Something else that I've noted that is extremely concerning is that the impression is given like the lab is just purely under pressure, but that is not accurate. The lab isn't just purely under pressure. It has come to my attention that the 5-year tenders for a lot of the consumables were already awarded over a year ago. But I know that for more than a year now, there have been issues considering or regarding the ordering of consumables for the labs, which obviously causes a backlog in itself. I can name many more examples, but I'm very concerned about the fact that we have just spent an hour and a half going through a presentation and so-called report that I could have read directly from FSL. With regards to two other comments made about the lack of budget, colleagues, I want to tell you today that the majority of us on here are passionate about something regarding combating crime, and it might be a different element of it, a different part of it. It could be regarding the forensic process. There are many things to take into consideration. But saying that a budget shortage has caused for less awareness is, in my opinion, not an excuse. Things like social media can cost little or nothing. It can be done for free. And in most cases, the majority of people, whether on the board or in relation to the board or in cooperation with the South African Police Service or with the Minister's Office, are all able to collaborate somehow at no charge to use social media to assist with awareness. Here we are as a committee. I will, in my personal capacity, always be available to assist. And I know every single member on this committee will be dedicated and will be, making themselves available to assist in raising awareness about the board. So I honestly do not buy that as an excuse. We all have budget challenges, but that cannot be the reason not to do something. We have to find a creative way of getting it done. And then the last thing that is of concern, when the deputy of the board spoke, you said you were looking for cases that have been struck from the roll, and that those complainants need to help you find those cases and then go and find the perpetrator. And you also mentioned the backlog of the MPA. It is not the job of the complainant alone to go and find those cases. If we sit in court, I try to attend court as far as I can with cases that have come under my attention. It is very simple to go to court once every 2 weeks at least and just do a sample of cases in your very area to determine, and you will very clearly see how many cases are struck, or engage the NPA or the prosecutors in that area, that they can share with you what those cases are. Many examples more that I can list, but the onus there cannot just be on the victim or the complainant in a case if they had survived. The board itself needs to engage in that, and if the budget shortage is the issue with regard to that engagement, then we need to sit around the table and see how we can work around that. That being said, I'm going to hand over to Honourable Kola Barnard, who's raised her hand.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just two additional questions. The figures that have been given by the board, and I agree perhaps it is a cut and paste, but do they include, they don't seem to me to include cases received, simply registered cases, because that's where the true backlog is. There are a mass of cases not yet registered. I believe, indeed, I'm told by someone inside that there is a massive backlog, and I think it's time perhaps for an external auditor to have a really in-depth look at the situation. I'd like the board's take on that. And I just want to know how efficient the system is in terms of correctional services taking buccal samples from prisoners. This is supposed to be standard procedure. Is it happening? Are those samples going through? Are they being recorded? Because those are samples that would stay there for life and never be expunged. Thank you for that, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Kola Barnard. I'm going to hand over to the board, but I want to make a suggestion that we have another session with the board where the actual report is scrutinized by FSL, or the FSL report is scrutinized, and that we have that session in person to ensure that we can dig into the detail. Before I go back to the board for the answer to Honorable Kola Barnard, I just want to give DM Matale an opportunity to speak. Sorry about DM. Please go ahead.
No, it's okay, Chair. Thank you very much. Good morning to you and members of the committee. Morning, Minister and the Deputy Minister, Chairperson of the board, and members of the board and your support team. The Deputy National Commissioner Detectives and the head of the forensic laboratories, General Mulaudzi, they are also in attendance, Chair, and I think some of the questions they can also elaborate on to assist in providing the necessary information. Just to add that the question asked by Honorable Moela regarding the which was responded to by on the number of laboratories that we have, and the board indicating the challenges around the KZN laboratory. Members, the laboratory in KZN the office space was put at an area which is prone to flooding. In most cases, whenever there is rain, the offices will be flooded, and as a result, operations could not proceed to process DNA, and the decision was taken that we should relocate that. And the process, we have been interacting with Public Works to address that specific challenge. It has been an issue that has not been resolved, which is a problem, and it contributes towards the challenges that we found ourselves in this space. But we have taken a decision that KZN, the laboratory must be fixed as a matter of urgency. The processes are at an advanced stage as we speak. I think General Mulaudzi can share more light where we are specifically. And also in Mpumalanga, a decision has been taken that we must have a laboratory there. The process there as well is advancing, even though we have not reached a stage that now a building is secured. Now we can then put the necessary machines in that. But there are decisions, there are processes. The National Commissioner has prioritized these two elements. Yes, there is a decision also that decentralization into other provinces will assist. But for now, with what we have, we're able to deal with these challenges. There have been a process that was put in place in the 6th administration to deal with the backlog that was there, what the chair was referring to as a ring-fenced backlog. This process was a process that was done jointly by Justice and SAPS, where the two deputy ministers were spearheading that program, Deputy Minister Jeffries, together with NPA. Indeed, GBV cases were prioritized and were dealt with effectively to an extent that we didn't have any further backlog. And I think it will be good, Chair, if the committee, just for purposes of information, can facilitate an engagement wherein we can come and brief the committee with Justice, including the NPA, to confirm these working relations. And if there are challenges, I think the committee will be able to pick that up. But it has worked wonders, Chair. It has assisted greatly. And I think I agree with what you are saying, that if there is a case that is known to have been struck off the roll, let's have that information. Let's work on it. Indeed, we can't expect a victim to go and do things that we are supposed to do. If we are given that information, we can be able to follow it up and make sure that nothing falls through the crack. The achievement that we have made, it doesn't mean there are no challenges. Challenges can be there, but we are committed to the committee that where there are issues of that kind, let them be escalated. Let's know about them. Let's attend to them. Personally, I've intervened in instances where I came across information that suggests that we have dropped the ball, and we have interacted with management, including the head of General Mulaudzi, who is heading the FSL, to deal with those specific challenges, and we have been able to overcome them. The challenges are there, we'll deal with them. Now, the other question that was referred to the ministry is the period that was there when Mr. Sono acted as a chair of the board for a longer period of time. Minister Kele did what was necessary to resolve that problem. We have had a chair, Justice Mohoro, who has since passed on, and may his soul continue to rest in eternal peace, whose term of office has come to an end. And we advocate Nkosi Thomas was appointed, who is a senior counsel, to chair the board, and she did serve the board to the best of her abilities until such time that there were time constraints. And as a consequence, she requested to be relieved and she resigned. And this is so because when you appoint senior counsel, they have other responsibilities, and this creates a problem. And that's why we have always preferred to appoint retired judges who will then have time to serve the board. But in this instance, we have also picked up a challenge, which was as a result of the retirement of Judge, not the retirement, Justice Homu, who was the judge, the DPCI judge, whose term of office came to an end. And that term of office was not renewed because it has ended. And a process was embarked upon to appoint another judge. But Judge Homu was not happy about the fact that his term of, when the term ended, it was not extended. He wanted that to be extended. He said there are things that he has not concluded. He still want to work on them. He must be given further time, but it doesn't work that way. If there are outstanding matters, he must hand over. The new judge who comes in will then take that process forward. And this process, in his lobbying for the extension, it ended up reaching the Chief Justice. And we experienced difficulties to get his replacement to an extent that the minister had to have a meeting with the Chief Justice to resolve this impasse, which took time. But in between that, an acting chairperson had to be appointed. That's how Mr. Sono then became the acting chair of the board. But that did not have an impact in terms of the work that the board was supposed to do. It continued to do its work until such time that a new chair was appointed. And these processes were led by Minister Kele. And I think he did what was humanly possible to have the matter resolved. It's not like we sat back and did nothing. We can't go into further detail, the technicalities involved in the issues of Justice Homu and ultimately the new board that we have. And of course, the DPCI judge that we have now appointed, Judge Luhodi. There were issues around this, but ultimately we resolved them. I thought I should give this elaborative response so that honorable members should understand and appreciate that we did what was humanly possible to resolve the problem. We didn't sit back and allow this long period of time to lapse before a replacement is made. I think that we have also, Chair, maybe in conclusion, discussed this issue of, as the ministry, that we must also assist in ensuring that wherever we have public engagement, the issue of the DPCI judge and the issue of the DNA board must be talked about for ensuring that our communities know about it. Like as we are engaging today, people get to know that there is a DNA board, and this information must be communicated by everybody. So the ministry has observed that, and we have resolved that we must help. And I agree with you, Chair, that we must use all different platforms to ensure that we popularize the DNA board, because the more people know about it, they will come to use it, and it will assist in all our collective efforts to ensure that police do what is necessary to serve our people. And as I said, if there are other questions, if time permits, Chair, we can also allow General Mulauzi or General Sintumulo to give more clarity on the issues that the committee think is necessary. Thank you very much, Chair, for allowing me to make a comment in this regard.
Thank you so much, DM. Thank you for the detailed comment. I would like us to spend more time on it, but what I would like to say is that I don't want the DPCI judge, Lekori, and the team to be unfairly delayed. Honourable members, are you comfortable if we have time left afterwards to ask further questions? But I really want to suggest that we arrange an additional session again regarding specifically the topic regarding DNA and just the general forensic setup that we can discuss, not only with the board, but also with the relevant managers from the South African Police Service.
The chairperson of the board, once more, Mogadikwa.
Yes.
Regarding engagement, I think it will be better if we set out time to do these engagements very soon, so that we can,
Okay. Let's do.
Yes.
Let's do that. Thank you, Chairperson. 100%. Let's do that, and then we can make sure that we've got adequate time to really dig deep with everything. Colleagues, with that, I'm going to hand over to Ms. Marshall, who is the Director of the DPCI Judge's Office, for their presentation with their annual report of 2023-24. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I'm not sure, is somebody going to flight the presentation?
Just give us a second. Nicolette, are you going to flight the presentation, or Babalwa? Ms. Marshall, just give us a second. While we wait, DM Bushielo, are you there? You're very quiet today. I'm not used to you being so quiet.
Chair, good morning. I'm here. Don't worry. I'm listening.
Fantastic. Fantastic. No, I'm just good. I just wanted to check.
You are very special, DM Bushielo, to be mentioned by the chair.
Jealousy is going to kill some of us, you know.
But Dean,
guys,
did you notice I'm getting the pronunciation of your surname better and better every time?
yeah, no. But this one of jealous, ne? I can tell it's going to kill the nation.
Perfect. Thank
I'm being jealous of the chair.
You are competing with the chair, actually, dear Matadi. And you won't
you,
win this
DM.
one. Okay,
Thank you,
you.
DM. Miss
you pronounce
Marshall.
it very well, Chair.
Thank you, DM. I'm practicing. Miss Marshall, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to the Honourable Minister, Deputy Ministers, the Chairperson, members of the committee, senior officials and other colleagues on the platforms. Today I'm going to present the report in terms of the Office of the DPCI Judge for the period 2023 to 2024. Next slide, please. Chair, sorry, the slide is not moving on my side. Oh, there it is. Okay. Just a quick overview. In terms of the Office of the DPCI Judge, our mandate is to investigate various complaints in line with Section 17L, Section 4A and B of the South African Police Services Act. Firstly, the complaints to be investigated in terms of the mandate range from the unlawful infringement of rights of members of the public during the investigations conducted by the Hawks, and also complaints of interference and or improper influence in the investigations conducted by the Hawks against colleagues or politicians. So the annual report is based on the following legislative powers of the DPCI Judge. The Judge may obtain information under the control of CSPS, the request and obtain any information pertaining to investigations from the National Director of Public Prosecutions. The interference of duties of the DPCI Judge is a criminal offence. The national head of the DPCI may request the DPCI Judge to conduct investigations, and the DPCI Judge may investigate a complaint or refer it to a relevant agency and request outcome of such referral. Next slide, please. As Deputy Minister explained, Judge Tihale Gamo, his contract expired on the 6th of October in 2022. So for the whole of the financial year 2023-24, the office had no judge appointed. However, Judge Legori was appointed on the 15th May 2024. But for the whole of the year, we had no judge in the office. So for the establishment of the office, we have 12 approved and funded posts as of the 31st March 2024. The judge's position was vacant. Then the director post was filled during August in 2023. We have a deputy director, 2 investigators, 1 executive assistant, an admin officer in Cape Town, a security officer, a messenger, and 2 cleaners. It is to note that the office in Cape Town has been closed as the office was inoperational, and those employees has been transferred to head office for making them more gainfully employed for the purpose. Next slide, please. A quick look on the overall budget of the office. We had a total budget allocation of 6.918 million. Salaries and wages was at 1.41 million. Goods and services was at 1.777 million. We had a savings of 334,000 for the financial year due to the cost containment measures from Treasury, as well as the fact that no awareness sessions was conducted in the absence of the judge. My biggest cost drivers was fleet, promotional items, legal services, machinery and equipment, as indicated on the slide. Communication, we had 1 investigator that relocated from the Eastern Cape. Next slide, please. So complaints received by the office for the financial year. Cases on hand as at the beginning of the financial year was 124. So when we refer to the within mandate and outside mandate cases, it was in terms of Section 4A and B. So we had 69 within mandate at the beginning of the year and 55 outside of mandate. Received during the financial year was 24 new cases within mandate and 24 outside of the mandate. The decreases can be linked to the fact that no awareness was raised for the Office of the DPCI Judge for the financial year in questions. And of all the complaints received, all were from the members of the public and none from members of the Hawks in terms of interference in their investigations. Next slide, please. So complaints received per province analysed. In terms of Gauteng, we received 11 within mandate and 9 out of mandate. Western Cape received 3 in mandate and 4 out of mandate. KwaZulu-Natal, 3 in mandate, 3 out of mandate. Eastern Cape, we had received nothing in mandate and 1 out of mandate. Limpopo was 1 in mandate and 0 out of mandate. Northwest, 3 in mandate and 1 out of mandate. Free State had 1 in mandate, 3 out of mandate. Mpumalanga, 1 in mandate and 3 outside of mandate. Northern Cape, 1 in mandate and nothing out of mandate. Next slide. So the type of complaints that we received, the trends was with regards to improper investigation and undue delays in investigation, abuse of power, failure to investigate, unlawful arrests, threats or harassments by DPCI members, and also revealing of confidential information became part of the complaints that we received for the financial year. Next slide. Cases finalized for the financial year. What we did in terms of just to get the caseload moving and to reduce the backlog, a delegation was obtained from the Minister of Police to have the Acting Secretary, Mr. Amaru, sign off some of our administrative matters and cases that we were dealing with. So 10 cases within mandate was finalized and signed off. 32 within mandate of investigation was concluded, but they are awaiting a review from the judge as of the 31st of March 2024. 32 cases outside of mandate was finalized and 36 outside of mandate was still awaiting review from the judge. So under investigation cases that were carried forward for the financial year were 51 cases within mandate and 11 cases outside of mandate. Next slide. So the 10 within mandate cases, you will notice that 8 we found would be unsubstantiated. That is where we found no grounds for the investigation to continue as there was no substance to the complaints. 1 was withdrawn by the complainant and 1 internal disciplinary process was already finalized by the DPCI. The 32 outside of mandate was closed as 9 were already reported to several. You have complainants and then they report to several entities at one time. So we find that in 9 of them, they were already reported to the correct entities and 23 of the complaints were referred to other institutions. Next slide, please. The 23 were referred in terms of Section 17L5 to IPIT, the relevant provisional commissioners of SAT, and the pension fund adjudicator. That concludes my presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marshall. Thank you so much. I'm going to hand over to the members if there are any questions or comments.
Chair, my hand will be up. I don't know where to put it on. Just take note of me.
Okay, I will. Thank you. Got you. Let's start with you then. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, greetings to yourself, Chair, and my colleagues, to the Minister, Deputy Minister, and everybody in the platform. I have few issues to raise in this short and precise presentation. No awareness. Even my good self only knew yesterday that there is a DPCI judge committee. So I'm just wondering if myself only know about it yesterday. It is definitely a crisis that South Africa don't knows about this thing. And I don't get the report, like you have raised your view in the previous presentation. I want to reiterate what you have raised. They raise a concern and not even a possible solution to what they think must happen going forward. I am not sure, are they giving it for us to decide or advise them what to do? Because nothing is now said. Budget constraints are everywhere. We can't even Parliament have budget constraints. So nothing is said. This is our plan to navigate with the challenges that we're having to make sure that there is awareness of this office. They also make a point that for a year or less than a year, they did not have a judge. But they are not saying that how did that affect, or did they manage to do their work irrespective of having a judge or not, or how did that affect the work of this office not having a judge present. They are also make mention of reports that about things that were reported, investigations that are concluded, aid was unsubstantiated, and so forth and so forth. But they are not telling us the consequences of those that were found in the wrong. To say, but this one or two people that were found in the wrong, these were the consequence to their actions. We don't get it in the report. And I'm saying there might have been more cases, Chair, repeating myself, there would have been more cases if this office was known by people. I think for now, I want to stop there, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We just lost hand. Honorable Mesha.
Thank you, Chairperson. When confidential information is revealed, what measures are taken to remedy that? Because the danger with that, obviously, is that trust in the police is lost by the public, and as a result, they do not always come forward with the fear that those they are complaining about will be informed. So what remedies are in place to ensure that such wrongs are not repeated? And second question, when there is a complaint that is not taken serious, I want to know which complaints and who decides to pursue a complaint and not to attend to some complaints because it might not be taken as serious as the complainant has. So who decides? Is it one person, or there is a committee that looks at and decides on which cases to take, which complaints to take, and so on? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Reverend. Ms. Marshall, can I hand over to you again?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Let me start with the first part of the question. Yes, we agreed, and the awareness in the office is flagged within the office as a very serious matter, and we have, in the new financial year, embarked on an active campaign. We started on section 4B because we noticed that complaints were not received from any members of the Hawks, and it's quite a quite large part of the mandate. So we embarked on an aggressive campaign, and we went and we met all of the members of the DPCI, and Judge Legori was introduced to all of them, making the office known and that outcome to them where they would experience interference in the investigations. So the second part is underway. We will be doing it with the Civilian Secretariat for Police Service, who is, according to law, our vehicle for communications and for awareness. So we are busy currently in a campaign to make the office more accessible. There will be radio interviews, there will be provincial shows. I do take the suggestion to heart to take the social media route. That is an excellent idea. So we will also employ that to make the office more well known. So in terms of the question of how did the absence of a judge affect the office, it affected the office severely because there was no conclusion on any investigation with adverse findings because of the expertise of the judge that was not in the office. So the only files that were finalized were those that were in terms of, you can say, administrative complaints, out of mandate complaints, and those that were finalized. So when the investigations did not stop in the absence of a judge, we could just not conclude on them. So in terms of the consequences that the speaker spoke about, those are being dealt with in this financial year. Currently, we have the judge, and we are reviewing all of those investigations that are finalized, and they have been concluded, or some have been concluded, and the minister has been forwarded with the reports for implementation of those recommendations. So the process has not come to a standstill during the absence, but it was definitely delayed in the finalization of these matters. In terms of how is the complaints taken seriously? We do register each and every complaint that comes through this office. Even an out-of-mandate complaint is doing a preliminary investigation is done to make sure that it's referred to the correct institution, that the complainant is kept informed. We say, this is, we are looking into it. And when it's referred, we inform them when it is referred to. When it is an in-mandate case, when we has investigated and established that it is an in-mandate matter, the matter is registered, the complainant is immediately provided with a case number, and there is no serious or more serious or less serious complaint in the office. Whenever it is falling within the mandate, it is treated with the same amount of urgency as any other complaint. There's no degree of seriousness that we use to differentiate complaints on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I would like to give an opportunity to Judge Legordi.
Thank you, Chair. And good day to the members of the Portfolio Committee. I just want to start by saying thanks for the invitation, but also to appreciate the important role that you are playing. One should never underestimate the role that you're playing. And I just want to assure the members first that I had the opportunity to meet with the minister, and both of us agreed that we will have an open door policy in terms of discussing issues falling within our legislative mandate. Coming back to the issues which have been raised, in particular, Reverend Moshwe, and a good day to you, Reverend. It has been a long time. I just want to say confidentiality, it might be accepted, although since I was appointed, we did not have anyone who would have approached us on the basis of confidentiality, so to put it. But if it comes, we would in all probabilities want to get more information from the person who is providing us with the information to give us the lead. And if we manage to do that, we'll also follow the lead, provided, of course, it falls within our mandate. That is going to be very, very critical. I think the issue that you raised was, how do you decide on these complaints? How do you deal with them as you receive them? Since I was appointed, we have made it our practice that as we receive the new complaints, within 24 hours or so, we should have a meeting to discuss those complaints and also to discuss as to how we need to deal with those complaints and what leads must be followed and the reporting that must be made to the complainant, and if need be, continue to get more information from relevant people who might be in a position to support the complaint that would have been made. And I think that is quite very critical. It has enabled us to deal with these matters as swiftly as possible as they come. Public awareness is going to be everything. It is so, so critical that we should do that. Probably we don't get so many matters as it used to be because of the fact that, firstly, there has been a long time that there was no judge. And secondly, I think public awareness has to be done continuously because you want to touch and remind a larger group of our communities as to what role do we play as the DPCI's office. And that's all what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge Legordi. Reverend Meshwe, you wanted to say something? Sorry, I interrupted you as your hand went up earlier.
No, thank you, Chairperson. The judge responded to my second question. That was not answered. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions or comments regarding the DPCI judge's presentation? Thank you, colleagues. Just in terms of time, we had a 10-minute tea break at 10:50 until 11. But if possible, if you can grab a water or a tea or coffee while we continue, I'd appreciate that. Just again, for the sake of time, I would like to then hand over to Mr. Shibuye from the Civilian Secretariat for their presentation on the national police policy. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. My greetings, Chair. Firstly, Chair, I'm wearing a top that has the capacity to divide the house. So if Chair could allow me to proceed without showing my video, that will be fine. I'm wearing a T-shirt of Orlando Pirates. Chair.
Now you've sold yourself out, Mr. Shibuye. So, you have now exposed yourself. No, that's fine. Please continue. No problem whatsoever. We look forward to listening.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Chair. Let me greet you and greet members of honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. To the Minister of Police, Undabezitha Umatengwane, Deputy Ministers, Bushielo and Matale, the DPCI judge, as well as the chairperson and members of the board, of the DNA board. I'm waiting for the presentation to be flighted. I'm not sure, Chair, who will be flighting the presentation. While the presentation is being flighted, Chair, Chair, as we are aware by way of background and introduction to the presentation, that the mandate of the Civilian Secretariat, among other things, is the development of policy as outlined in Section 208, as well as Section 5 and 6 of the Civilian Secretariat Act, which provides for the establishment of the Civilian Secretariat for police by way of national legislation. As a result, Civilian Secretariat for Police Act number 2 of 2011 came into effect around 2011-2012, which provides for the objects, function, and powers of the Civilian Secretariat. The Act further mandates the Civilian Secretariat to develop policies as well as monitoring the implementation of the policies. But largely, in terms of Section 5 and 6, we play an important role in terms of advising the minister in respect of developing and implementing policies. We monitor the performance of the police and recommend corrective measures in relation to the implementation of the policy. And this advice, Chair, is actually, or the policy advice is given to the minister through the body of the Civilian Secretariat for Police, who gets appointed to play that particular role. Chair, we also oversee and advise the minister on the implementation of policy directive and instructions that the minister issues from time to time to South African police service. It is therefore, Chair, against this background that we have embarked on the development of the national policing policy, which we understand and appreciate that it has taken too long to get to this point.
However, the minister has made it his priority, Chair, that the national policing policy be fast-tracked and be approved as required by the Constitution. Therefore, we have finalized the consultations with a variety of stakeholders, and we will see that in the presentation itself. The CSPS as well, Chair, we have developed a database report which has a body of all the recommendations that we make, and we continuously follow up and can confirm that our engagement with SAPS on the implementation of policies and recommendations are continuous, and there is a huge improvement in relation to the relationship on the implementation of the recommendations. And SAPS has made tremendous progress, even at the level of including the recommendations in their performance indicators to improve policing policies, Chair. Having said that, Chair, and by direction of the Minister, we want to present to this committee as a further consultation process the draft national policing policies, which we anticipate will serve before Cabinet before the end of October or latest November in this regard. Having said that, Chair, can I please hand over to Ms. Omar to now take us through the actual presentation with your permission, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sibui. Please continue.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, DG. Good morning, Minister, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, Judge, and all other senior colleagues. Next slide, please. Judge, as the Chair, as the DG said, we are to get inputs on the draft national policing policy. Next slide, please. By way of background, Chair, the NPP is located in the following legislative framework: the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, the National Crime Prevention Strategy, and 1998 White Paper on Safety and Security, which were reviewed, and we came up with the White Paper on Safety and Security and the White Paper of Policing on 2016. We also looked at the provisions of the National Development Plan of 2012 and the Integrated Crime and Violence Prevention Strategy, which was approved by Cabinet in March 2022, which I will speak to after the draft NPP is presented. Next slide, please. Chair, in terms of background, Section 2061 requires the Cabinet member responsible for policing, that is the Minister of Police, to determine the national policing policy after consulting the provincial governments and taking into account the policing needs and priorities of the provinces as determined by the provincial executives, and I'll speak to this a little bit later. Section 2062 provides that the national policing policy may make different provision for different policies in respect of different provinces after taking into account the PNPs of the provinces. And then Section 2072 provides that the National Commissioner must exercise control over and manage the police service in accordance with the national policing policy and the directions issued by the Cabinet member responsible for policing. Next slide, please. Chair, in terms of the roadmap for the development of the NPP, we started the process in 2021 where we conceptualized the national policing policy. We then requested the provincial needs and priorities from the provinces through the offices of the MEC, and then we made inputs into the draft. We then had to get the SAYAS certificate issued by DPME, which is a requirement for all policies. And then in 2022, the first draft NPP was approved. And then we then also requested updated provincial needs and priorities from the MECs for the second time, because some provinces update it on an annual basis. Some do it every second year and some do it every 5 years. And then we also embarked on consultations with SAPS management at this point, the provincial secretariats in the provinces, and then JCPS DEFCON. And then we had to have the SAYAS certificate reissued. This has to happen every 3 months so that we're keeping in line with what's going on in the country. In 2023, we received written inputs from SAPS management, and we made the inputs into the draft, and then we requested the updated provincial needs and priorities, this time from the offices of the premiers. And then we revised the draft NPP based on the comments that we received. The CS certificate was reissued by TPME. We then briefed the minister in August 2023. He approved the draft for public consultations, and we embarked on the process to consult with the 9 provinces. It was stakeholders as well as SAPS in the provinces. And then we started the process of developing a draft implementation framework, which is a requirement for all policies. Next slide, please. So progress update, this is based on the consultations. We thought the committee would like to know what the feedback from the provincial consultations were. So the consultations commenced in September 2023 and concluded in March 2024. I mentioned all 9 provinces were consulted. And then we also published the draft NPP in the Government Gazette on the 27th of October 2023 with the closing date of 30th November 2023. And we received 3,368 written inputs as follows. 3,357 were received from individuals by the Dear South Africa organization, and they all put in disclaimers that each individual was submitting in their own opinion. We received 8 written inputs from the NPOs and business sector, and these includes AfriForum, Agri-SA, Action Society, Gun-Free SA, SAPS Generals Retired. This is the Retired Generals Club, the Cape Forum, Institute for Security Studies, and the Minerals Council of South Africa, and then the Western Cape Provincial Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety, as well as the City of Cape Town Municipality also submitted written inputs. And the inputs were considered and then affixed into the presentation. Next slide, please. Chair, then in 23-24, the consultations continued. We on the 2nd of November, we presented to the JCPS DGs cluster. Then the Sub-Strategic Management Unit, we had an engagement with them. We presented to IPID management, then the Civilian Secretariat and SAPS Forum. We established a forum on the draft National Policing Policy where we presented to them as well. Then the National Forum for Municipal Police Services, they meet quarterly, so we presented to them as well. And then SAPS management again in 16 January 2024, we presented to them. We went to DEFCOM in March 2024 rather, and then we presented to the South African Police Union in May. In NEDLAC, we presented in August, and PopCrew was present at this NEDLAC meeting because PopCrew had cancelled or wanted to reschedule the meetings, but they eventually did attend the NEDLAC meeting, so they were covered. And then, of course, MINMEC in the last few weeks. Next slide, please. So final consultations, Chair, we're at that point where we're presenting to the Portfolio Committee on Police, and from there we will now process the SCAB memo and the final costed implementation framework to Cabinet. So the process involves going to DEFCOM again. We schedule there on the 25th of October, and then the JCPS DGs cluster, JCPS Ministers cluster, Cabinet Committee, and then Cabinet, and this should be finalized by end of this year, Chair. Chair, in terms of the inputs from the consultations and the public comments, there were issues raised on the training and empowerment on legislative requirements with regard to upholding and enforcing the law, whilst human rights being human rights based, which must be provided to all members. So this was raised that training is needed on the legal requirements for police. The other one is recruitment and selection processes to be reviewed, and that set standard criteria for requirements such as qualifications, attributes, and behavioral conduct checks must be done. The SAPS Code of Conduct and Ethics must be implemented with consequences for non-compliance. That the training curriculum must be reviewed of the new recruits and in-service training of existing members of SAPS. There's a need for policy position on matters of decentralization and devolution of powers. Then enhanced section on the use of technology in SAPS and the opportunities that exist in partnering with technologically advanced private security and business sector. That well-trained and resource-specialized units must be established at both national and provincial levels to help address the unique policing needs and priorities at provincial levels. Next slide, please. Further inputs include providing detailed guidelines on procedures and methodologies for intelligence-based policing, a need for proper assessment of resources for successful policing and service delivery at all levels, and that there must be proper allocation of resources, which must be needs-based and priority-based and must be informed by the policing needs and priorities of the provinces. The crime rates and population ratios, as well as crime stats, must inform the daily operations and plans on crime prevention and combating was another comment. Infrastructure issues need to be addressed and general accessibility of police stations must be considered. Ensuring adherence to set standards for victim-friendly services in all police stations, and that there should be GBV services and victim support services at all police stations, and these must be enhanced where they are not enhanced. And SAPs must be trained on the GBVF service, and more collaborative and coordination must take place in this regard. And that integration with other departments on gender-based violence and femicide must be considered. Next slide, please. Chair, other comments include poor response times in terms of arrival to crime scenes and feedback to victims on crimes reported, and that feedback to communities must be strengthened. The delays in forensic results which impacts on investigations and convictions must be addressed. That the review of communication and marketing strategies for SAPs must be done because successes are not well recorded and reported. The partnership between SAPs and the private security must be formalized and legislated. That a retention strategy must be developed in specialized fields and set clear guidelines for promotions. And the poor staff morale and issues of employee health and wellness must be addressed. The remuneration of police to offer competitive salaries and benefits was also raised, that the review of it, and that a professional body to address professionalism within policing must be established. And there needs to be a set ratio in terms of caseload per detective, and crowd management and public order policing guidelines must be put in place to clearly outline for the SAPs, as well as the role of municipal policing and in crowd management. Next slide, please. The enhancement of the integrated policing model and providing of clear role clarification between the different law enforcement agencies must be done. And collaboration of SAPs with other stakeholders need to be clearly articulated, including the relationship with community structures. CPF's role to be acknowledged, and proper functionality and resourcing must be done. And there is a need to develop a funding model for CPFs. Corruption and criminality within the SAPs must be addressed, and disciplinary procedures for SAPs need to be reviewed and strengthened. Lifestyle audits and integrity testing for all members, including SAPs and Metro Police at all levels, must be done, including management levels. And the police to build a strong partnership with communities to build trust. Police visibility and responsiveness will increase trust by the public, was a comment, and then address the killings of police members to ensure strict penalties for perpetrators. Next slide, please. This is the last slide on the comments. Ensure that safety standards are maintained for those who share information with police for crime investigations. That's for informers and whistleblowers. That the Batu Pele principles must be adopted at all police stations. There should be management accountability, corporate governance, and integrity to be clearly addressed in the policy. Mentoring and supervision framework to be developed and implemented. The structural and organizational culture must be addressed for effective policing, and then the role of oversight bodies must be strengthened, and the role of oversight bodies must be included in the SAPS training curriculum, which is not there in terms of the civilian secretariat particularly. And then SAPS to develop sector-based strategies, for example, in the following sectors: agriculture and rural safety, mining sector, transport and rail safety, border management, and all with dedicated police services. And that the roles and responsibilities of the different entities of the minister must be defined clearly in the policy. Next slide, please. Chair, in terms of the problem statement of the actual draft national policing policy, we looked at macro and micro issues. In terms of the macro issues, we looked at the high crime levels and the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, the socio-economic underdevelopment, and including population increases and how that impacts on policing, the inadequate provision of basic services by other government departments and how this impacts on policing. And that's why we had the integrated crime and violence prevention strategy. And then the migration and immigration issues causing increased informal settlements with lack of proper infrastructure. And then technology advancements used by criminal syndicates to perpetuate organized and cyber crimes. In terms of the micro or departmental and operational level issues, we looked at the low detection rates, murder, cybercrime, fraud, corruption, and organized crime that have become more prevalent, poor discipline leading to high number of civil litigation cases against the state and the high contingent liability, criminality and corruption resulting in reputational damage to the image and stature of the police service, leadership instability over the years and the constant changes on operational policing strategies and organizational directions, low levels of trust between the SAPS and public, resulting in difficulties for the police to forge crime-fighting partnerships, barriers to reporting of crimes due to trust relations and inaccessible public amenities, the skewed, inadequate distribution of resources, leading to the inability to fight crime, and the slow modernization of the SAPS technology in policing and inability to fight cybercrime and organized crime, and then the institutional and governance issues in the SAPS leading to weakened accountability. Next slide, please. Based on that, we came up with the policy statement. So the statement reads as follows: the national policing policy provides national policy direction on policing towards safer communities and facilitating development in the country through democratic policing. And democracy, we defined, we're saying that necessitated that the police be transformed into an institution with a service ethos to serve the people of the Republic of South Africa, to be informed by constitutional principles with the stature, culture, and ethos of a SAPS that is characterized by these democratic policing approaches. And the definition is now that democratic policing means the police uphold the rule of law, are accountable, and act in a manner that is procedurally fair and in service of the public. And this requires the SAPS to be professional and trusted by the people, with police officers who value their work, adhere to human rights, and serve their community fairly and equally in service of equality, justice, and development. Next slide, please. So the policy vision and objectives share. The vision is safe communities for all people through a national culture of lawfulness, a strong sense of justice and social cohesion, and by way of the police effectively executing their constitutional mandate through professional and quality policing services. And the objectives are to provide the posture, philosophy, and doctrine for policing in a democratic state, to provide the basis for the development of related policies on policing, to facilitate the capacitation of the police service towards effective police service delivery, to improve effectiveness and efficiencies in the delivery of policing services, to provide the principles for institutional reform to strengthen leadership, governance, and civilian oversight, and to provide the basis for the development of different provincial policing policies aligned to the individual policing needs and priorities of the provinces. Next slide, Busi. So, Chair, this is the national policing policy in context. So, as you can see on the top, the roof part of this house are the impact and outcomes. So, we're saying there should be communities must are and feel safe through a police service that is legitimate and trusted. And the pillars supporting this house are professional and quality policing, efficient and effective service delivery, active public and community participation, strong and ethical leadership, management, and governance. And the enablers for these pillars are policy and legislation to be amended. And as you know, the Police SAPS Act of 1995 is in the process of amendment as well. Sufficient resources to be allocated. There should be effective human resource management and continuous development and training. That there should be collaboration and effective civilian oversight and ongoing monitoring and evaluation and reporting. Thank you. Next slide, please. Chair, there's 4 pillars, as I mentioned. I want to go through them quickly. These are just summarized pillars. So under pillar 1 on professional and quality policing, we have upholding and enforcing the law and being human rights based. And I mentioned again, it's just summary of what's in the policy. To maintain a consistent and evolving policing posture, SAPS members are obligated to adhere to all relevant legislation and guidelines in the discharge of their duties. In terms of the sub-pillar on effective recruitment and selection, SAPS recruitment criteria and selection systems need strengthening to support competency-based policing, emphasizing the quality of personnel. The National Policing Advisory Committee, or the National Policing Board, as it's referred to in the National Development Plan, is a further initiative proposed to enhance professionalism in the police. In terms of training, we're saying that ensuring the efficiency and effectiveness of police training demands adherence to modern-day standards in training methodologies, assessment criteria, and the moderation of assessment standards. Next slide, please. In terms of the police use of force, we have a policy on this. We're saying that the police officials must possess the knowledge of when, against whom, and to what extent force is permissible and must be within the bounds of the law. In terms of ethical and accountable police service, we're saying that accountability is a cornerstone of democratic policing principles, and it necessitates ethical behavior aligned with applicable laws and the SAPS Code of Conduct and Code of Ethics. In terms of the sub-pillar on responsive, objective, and empathetic police, The police responsiveness to the needs of the public and victims of crime is crucial, and local police leadership must be held responsible for ensuring a comprehensive response to local policing demands while considering both national and local priorities. Next slide. Pillar 1, continued chair, support for survivors and victims is an important part in this policy. SAPS must collaborate with relevant stakeholders to facilitate victim support programs, contributing to the healing of victims and building social cohesion. We also consider that police are citizens too, Chair, so we have considered the police and their role as citizens. We're saying while they're in the SAPS, there should be a safe and healthy working environment for police members, which is necessary to improve their morale and encourage effective execution of their policing duties. So a happy police is can do their work effectively. Trust in the police. So the effectiveness of the police should be measured by levels of trust and improvements in reporting rates. And building trust requires a solid relationship between the SAPT and community structures. And then a functional police station, or the ideal police station, the SAPs and are going to be developing norms and standards for the ideal police station, and to include proper allocation of resources for effective functioning and monitoring compliance. Next slide, please. In terms of Pillar 2, Chair, efficient and effective service delivery, we're saying that police effectiveness is defined by what and how much the police have accomplished in the eyes of the public. And effective and efficient service delivery requires, firstly, integrated policing. And here the interdependence between the policing agencies creates an opportunity for integrated policing, transforming and enhancing safety and crime prevention efforts at all levels of government. And the alignment of planning frameworks is crucial for advancing an integrated policing model. And here we have, we're talking about the working relationship, which is already happening between SAPS and the Metro Police in the provinces. Specialization is another critical area for efficient and effective service delivery. Specialized units must receive targeted and continuous training, specialized skills, appropriate resourcing, transparent management and control, and thoughtful leadership and planning for improved effectiveness. Next slide, please. Crime and investigation and detection. The police must investigate crime proactively and reactively. The quality of detection work significantly impacts public trust and reporting of crimes, and direct outputs measured in terms of the effectiveness of investigated reporting crime should be a key performance indicator. In terms of forensics, a renewed focus on strengthening detective and specialized investigator capacity is needed, especially in the field of forensics, ballistics, and crime scene investigations, which is crucial. And then, of course, the role of the DNA board was being well communicated, which came up earlier. Crime intelligence and intelligence-based policing is a sub-pillar also. It talks about a dedicated crime intelligence analysis and research capability must be strengthened to detect risks, threats, and vulnerabilities effectively and ensure prompt and real-time provision of intelligence products to enhance operations. Next slide, please. Chair, addressing gender-based violence and femicide as a priority of government. So these crimes are high priorities for the police, or must be, and the SAPS will be committed to implementing strategies that effectively combat and prevent such crimes. And they need to prioritize the capacitation of such relevant units to eradicate the violence affecting vulnerable groups within communities. On public order policing, SAPS must respond to public protests while ensuring that public order and crowd management is maintained, and adherence to the legal framework is paramount. Constant training must be conducted in this regard. And the establishment of the public order policing capacity within the Metro Police Service is crucial to assist SAPS and must be under the command and control of the senior commander of the SAPS. There was a gray area in this regards, but I think that's clarified now by a national instruction. In terms of the sub-pillar optimizing policing through technology and resource allocation, SAPS must prioritize the critical shortcomings in ICT and provide intensive training in the field. Regular maintenance and enhancement of technology systems must be prioritized for optimal functionality and interoperability across departments within the criminal justice system. And SAPS must be information-driven, analytically sound, and intelligence-based in their operations. In terms of addressing the inefficiencies in resource allocation, the SAPS must acknowledge challenges in resource allocation which contributes to inefficiencies in policing services, and resource allocation should adhere to the principles of rationality, justice, fairness, and consider provincial needs and priorities aligned to national policing priorities. Next slide. In terms of community policing, Chair, we are at the third pillar now on active public and community participation. So community policing stands as a cornerstone of democratic policing and emphasizing shared responsibilities between the police and the community to ensure a safe and secure environment. The partnership with community structures must be fully embraced by the police, and there should be set regulatory frameworks on functionality and management of newly established community structures. In terms of CPFs, Chair, the MECs responsible for policing are tasked with establishing CPS as police station level and must determine funding models for the CPS functionality. Provincial secretariats will also play a crucial role in overseeing the establishment and functioning of CPFs. Next slide, please. In terms of rural policing, all vulnerable groups, including rural communities, must enjoy equal protection and any fear of crime must be eradicated through effective coordinated responses of the police as well as access to justice. And the effective implementation of the SAP's National Rural Strategy is crucial, taking into consideration community needs and priorities. In terms of border management, Chair, the plethora of challenges faced at South African borders and ports of entry are a concern, and an integrated approach in addressing such challenges must be implemented through the Border Management Authority, and SAPs must also play their role to ensure that safety and security measures are adhered to. Next slide, please. In terms of Pillar 4, Chair, strong and ethical leadership, management, and governance. So we focus on leadership and management, where we talk about ensuring competence in leadership and management. There should be sound accountability mechanisms and stable leadership must be prioritized, and the police must collaborate with oversight institutions such as the Civilian Secretariat and the IPID. In terms of corporate governance, the National Policing Policy places responsibility upon the SAP's management to review the operational culture, instill discipline and professionalism aligned to democratic principles, and there is a need for ethical and effective leadership underpinned by principles of good corporate governance. Mentorship in policing is another area we looked at, and mentorship must be adopted as a vehicle for capacity building and skills acquisition within the policing functions, and this must be integrated into the human resource planning processes. Next slide. Chair, we have a whole section talking on the roles and responsibilities of the entities that report to the Minister of Police. That includes the Civilian Secretariat, IPID, National Commissioner of Police, and that's the SAPS, the DPCI and the Office of the DPCI Judge and CIRA, the provincial and in terms of provinces, provincial executives and provincial secretariats in respect of the policing functions, and the MEC responsible for policing. Chair, under national, I think we just omitted in this presentation to include the DNA board, but it's in the policy. In terms of local, so local government is responsible for promoting a safety and healthy environment within its financial and administrative capacity and in line with national, provincial, and local priorities. And the role of municipal police service in this regard is important. Section 152 of the Constitution is very clear in terms of local government's responsibility in terms of safety. We've included it in here, and it's linked to the integrated crime and violence prevention strategy, because if local government plays their role in terms of bylaw enforcement, it'll reduce the burden on policing overall, Chair. So it's very important to include them in here. In terms of performance reporting and accountability, we then talk about the Cabinet, Parliament, the MINMEC, the Justice, Crime Prevention and Security Cluster, departmental executive committees, the heads of departments forum, and the senior management's forum in terms of our legislation. Chair, in conclusion, this policing policy embraces democratic policing principles for all people in South Africa to be and feel safe, and must be underpinned by dedication by the police to the service. Chair, I got slides on the integrated crime and violence prevention strategy, which is just an update. I'm not sure how you want me to proceed, whether I should just complete this presentation. It's a few slides, or should I stop here? Thank you.
I think you can complete it. Yeah, let's complete it, and then we can discuss further. I think we have enough time.
Thank you, Chair. So, Chair, yeah, this is, as you know, that Cabinet adopted the Integrated Crime and Violence Prevention Strategy in 2022, and we're just giving a status update of implementation. Next slide, please. So this ICVPS was located also in the legislative framework I mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. Just a synopsis of what it is. So the Integrated Crime and Violence Prevention Strategy is different from the National Policing Policy in that the National Policing Policy is minister's direction to the police in terms of policing, but the ICVPS is government's implementation framework aimed at promoting an integrated preventative, so before it happens, approach to addressing the root causes of crime and violence. If this is not addressed, the burden on policing then gets too heavy because everything becomes a policing issue. So here we argue that the root causes have to be addressed. So the ICVPS recognizes that violence and crime are the result of a complex web of social, economic, and political factors, and it recognizes that safety is not the responsibility of the police alone, and other departments at national, provincial, and local level must include safety in their departmental planning processes, and we're saying it should be in the APPs and at municipal level at the IDPs. Now, it's a whole of government and whole of society approach, and it should be falling under the district development model, which is a key mechanism for the effective implementation and coordination across the 3 spheres of government. And it rests on 6 pillars. I'll just mention the pillars, Chair. I won't go into the detail of the implementation framework. And so the first pillar is an effective criminal justice system. The second pillar is early intervention to prevent crime and violence. And this year, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of a child's life. So the Department of Social Development plays a big role in terms of early intervention and intervening in a child's life. And it's not only social development, it's also the basic education and the safety of children at schools as well, and also then in the communities. The third pillar is victim support, and here we're talking about the victims charter must be implemented. The fourth pillar is effective and integrated service delivery for safety, security, and violence prevention. And then the fifth pillar is safety to environmental design. And the sixth pillar is active public and community participation. And all of this is underpinned by the following principles, Chair: equality in access, commitment to service, integrated planning, evidence-based planning, and implementation. Next slide, please. Chair, so I mentioned we have, in the strategy, we have a whole implementation framework and the responsible departments. And so in terms of leadership and coordination, because it's a whole of government approach, we the presidency and the office of the previence at local level, at provincial level, are the champions of the ICVPS and must provide the leadership to drive implementation at national and provincial spheres. And I'll talk to this a little more. And at local level, it's the mayors who are required to ensure implementation of safety programs and include these safety programs in IDPs at municipal level. We as Civilian Secretariat are facilitators of this whole process, Chair. We are facilitating implementation at all spheres, and I'll talk to that a little more later. And then the departments of community or provincial secretariats in the provinces, they are implementers, but they also facilitate implementation with other departments at provincial and local spheres. And we're emphasizing that there should be integrated planning, budgeting, and implementation of programs. Next slide, please. So implementation progress thus far, Chair. So since 2022, when Cabinet adopted the ICVPS, implementation has been staggered, and we haven't seen the reduction in crime and violence. But we will continue the facilitating process, and we started off with the presidency, and I'll talk to that just now. But yeah, so we're facilitating at all 3 spheres, where we are providing technical guidance and support to departments. We've also established a national working committee at the Civilian Secretariat, made up of the national departments, for example, basic education, social development, SALGA, DCOG, quite a few of the departments responsible for implementing. And we then report to FOSAD. Chair, so FOSAD, under the DG of the presidency, will ensure coordination, streamlining and reporting of other cluster departments' activities relating to the implementation of the strategy, and there will be quarterly reporting from departments. So we have in the process of developing monitoring frameworks for departments to feed into the process, where we can then report to JCPS and to FOSAD. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So engagements with DPME have comments to include the ICVPS in the MTDP, and I must say it's the first It's a first indicator in the MTDP. So we were very happy about that. The departments must implement the ICVPS. The Department of Corporate Governance are developing guidelines for municipalities to institutionalize safety principle in IDPs and be part of that process. And they're also introducing regulations through the district development model. SALGA is also a very good partner in this process. They are coordinating with municipalities to ensure integration of the strategy provisions into the IDPs, but they're also conducting awareness sessions and providing training on the ICVPS chair. The provincial secretariats have been implementing safety interventions, but like I mentioned earlier, integrated planning, budgeting, and implementation is required. And municipalities and provinces have already, including the offices of the premiers, have already invited us in terms of presenting the ICVPS to them and how to also integrate the provisions of the ICVPS into their APPs and their strategic plans. Next slide, please. Chair, Minister is since May has been rolling out cooperation agreements with metros, and so far we have facilitated these agreements with 6 metro municipalities. That's the City of Cape Town, Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality, eThekwini, Johannesburg, Tshwane, and Ekurhuleni, and to ensure that the ICVPS is being implemented and that there's coordination of policing and safety efforts. So in terms of this, implementation plans and monitoring tools are being developed to ensure targeted implementation of safety programs, and strict monitoring of the programs are being taken through this cooperation agreements. Chair, just to show you what we've done so far since the minister has started. I mentioned that the ICVPS talks about a whole of government efforts. So far there have been engagements with the departments, the following departments, to foster collaboration and close the gaps. So, for example, led through by the minister, we met with the Minister of Social Development and her team in terms of psychosocial support to victims at police station levels. And now we are continuing the engagements with the department, and NPA is involved in that engagement as well. Then the Department of Correctional Services, Minister has led this process as well. And here we're also talking about repeat offenders, rehabilitation and reintegration of offenders. We have engaged with the Department of Basic Education on school safety. We've met with their senior management at national level, but we also presented to their provincial management in terms of placing the safety provisions from the ICVPS into their strat plans, and they were very happy with the engagement. The Department of Health, we're going to be engaging in terms of incomplete J88 forms that NPA has been and SAPS have been complaining about, but also the issue around the Tutuzela care centers. Chair, we've sent letters to the Department of Health in this regard. In terms of the National Prosecuting Authority, there's been engagements on prosecutions, but also the Tutuzela care centers, which they are rolling out in the provinces. And of course, Department of Economic Development and the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. We've sent them letters in terms of development at local level and strengthening enforcement of alcohol-related crimes. And all this is facilitated by the Civilian Secretariat. Next slide, please. Chair, for the future plans in terms of the ICVPS, we are planning a launch of this strategy in November 2024 rather, through a GCIS media briefing, and then there'll be stakeholder engagements in the provinces just to create awareness of this strategy. And then we also will be presenting to the Premier's Intergovernmental Relations Forums to ensure coordination for safety planning. I mentioned that we've already started this process with a few provinces. And then we're going to further engage DPME for integrated planning through the MTDP. Next slide, please. In conclusion, Chair, we're saying that there can be no development without safety, and to reduce the police burden on policing, there has to be development, but there has to be safety through the other government departments. And this ICVPS provides a proactive, preventive approach to addressing crime and violence. And it requires commitment, coordination, and collaboration from all of government, and that the district development model has to be leveraged on to develop the integrated strategies to improve service delivery. And it's the vehicle that will help the country navigate its way to achieving the government priority of halving violent crime by 2030. And this was in the President's SONA. So thank you, Chair. That's the end of the presentation.
Thanks a lot, Chair. So just a minor correction on slide 33. We spelled border wrongly. We will correct that. But secondly, the full document on the national policy has been shared with members of the portfolio committee. Thank you very much. Shall we submit?
Thank you very much. Thank you for a fantastic presentation. I think, yeah, I think it's very detailed and it has all the a lot to be discussed. So, Honorable Kola Barnard, are there any other questions before we start? Are there any additional questions or comments? Let's kick off with Honorable Kola Barnard.
Thanks very much, Chair.
Honorable Kola
Proposals here, and thank you for the report. I think it is.
There we go, got you. Sorry, there was a lag.
You got me. Am I back?
Yes.
Sorry, yes. It made, I keep seeing that it's not very effective as a system. Okay, so thank you for the report. It's an extraordinary amount of work. And there are proposals here which should indeed have become common practice 15 years ago, such as the lifestyle audits. Every few years, the management, then they fade away again. So at one time, they were commonplace. Somehow now we see lowly paid police who live in mansions, no questions asked. So obviously I welcome that enormously, although I fail to understand how it hasn't become the norm, or it's become the norm to ignore the need. Secondly, there's no reference, perhaps I missed it directly, to the need for psychometric testing of new candidates. We simply cannot give those who may misuse their firearm for either criminal. I believe personally this is what has led to the high level of criminality within the SAPS, the scrapping of that procedure, making it far more difficult to get into the SAPS. And SAPS are now basically sending out armed criminals into an unsuspecting civilian population. In many instances, well, just read the headlines. Now, the total number of reported crime increased yet again, this time from 1.4 million, that's 2021, to 1.6, that's 22 to 23. The number of crimes for murder, attempted murder, sexual assault, and carjacking all up. So it seems to me that the hundreds of millions we spend on policing annually has just been ineffective, seriously ineffective. The SAPS really needs a total shakeup. This policy may well help, but until there's a much higher bar before allowing individuals into the SAPS, you really are setting yourselves up for failure. Some nations equate doctors, lawyers, and police. They're on the same level as the most dependable people in the country. Not so here. We see the treatment of victims at some of our stations. They're treated like the criminals themselves. And it starts at that basic level. This all speaks to the fact that only 63% of hijackings, 51% of assaults, 56% of housebreakings, burglaries, and 56% of home robberies were even reported to the SAPS. Civilians just don't believe their crimes will ever be investigated. Only really if it's GBV, if it's murder, then they believe they're investigated. The rest, they just don't even consider that a SAPS member will investigate. Or so if it is investigated, and on the off chance that someone is arrested, that the perpetrator will ever be jailed. Now, promises have been made for 15 years. Oh, it's going to be seamless. It's going to be wonderful. Hundreds of millions have been spent on it. But when it comes to the implementation of ideas, and such as those outlined here, it has simply never happened. Yes, there are small pockets of excellence. We all know them. But the SAPS should not rely on the shining example of a few dedicated officers. It must be the norm. And SAPS criminality or ineffectiveness should never be what civilians simply expect. And I fear today they do. Now, did I perhaps miss the idea? I might have missed it in the report of pulling back retired officers. I think it should be standard procedure. It's always heartbreaking when these walking encyclopedias of expertise and information go off on retirement. I know they've earned their retirement, but really, it can take years and years for new recruits to get to efficient levels of expertise. These retired members are gold, and they should come back, pull them back, offer them anything on a contract to provide invaluable training expertise. I think that is really crucial. Two more, what international best practices being considered in the pulling together of this report? I'd be most interested to see how we are shaping to other international bodies. It is truly an excellent report. I would expect that of you, ma'am. But where is the reference to consequence management? It just takes one headline that an officer's raped a detainee or works with the syndicate or been seen with a drug lord, takes a bribe. It can take a very long time indeed to pull back public confidence. If it was known that the charging and cleaning out of various SAP stations was the norm, that would definitely assist. Because even if the new recruits are carefully checked, there are, as you know, many within the SAPs who have criminal records. You explain that to a civilian. And finally, intelligence. As with any department, for a few years, department's extremely successful, and then circumstances change, and for some years it's a catastrophe, which is why this policy is so crucial. We cannot go on allowing various divisions to be perfect when they have a really strong head. And when that head moves elsewhere or people within get rid of them for some reason, the entity collapses for years sometimes. So I think that's why this policy is absolutely crucial, but the implementation is all. That is where I fear the SAPS has failed in the past, and I'm keeping my fingers crossed you don't fail in it this time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Kola Barnard. Before I hand over to Honourable Schikkerling, I've noted that Honourable Leklape and Reverend Meshwe, there we go. I've noted you all in that order. Something I just quickly wanted to add, just in terms of the retired officers, it might be worth considering mentioning or also asking for guidance with regards to the increase of the retirement age. I think we're asking people that are still very much fit for duty and that are extremely knowledgeable to retire far too soon from SAP. And I think there's a lot more value to be added. So that's something that can be considered by the Secretariat. Over to you, Honourable Schikkerling.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, I also welcome the very detailed report. I think it was a really good report. There's something that I'm missing in every single report that gets presented to the Portfolio Committee, and that is tangible timelines. I would like the reports at the end of the report to give us a timeline of when the different departments intend to implement everything that they come and say, because in all of them, they come with really good proposals, but there's never an actual timeline so that we can keep each other accountable, them, us, if they need our assistance, and us, obviously, them, because of the deliverables that they are presenting to us. So that is something I've asked for before, and I really think every report submitted to us should have a list of achievable timelines at the end of the reports. And something Honourable Kola Barnard also said, which is, it comes to mind, is we all know that there's roughly 5.5 million cases that were closed due to improper investigation or no investigation at all. But that is due to the loss of faith. And it contributes to the loss of faith from the community into our policing system. So those are the cases we know of. We don't know of the other 10 million cases that have never been reported because the civilians do not know, they know that nothing is actually going to get done. So I think it's important for us to make a huge awareness of what is happening in the police services at the moment. Welcome back. And I agree with you that we should increase the retirement age of police officers, and welcome back the officers that are in good standing with the police that can come back and make a meaningful contribution towards the future of the policing services in South Africa, and in making sure that we get rid of the scourge that is currently taking place in our country. And I must commend the police, because there are a lot of good cases that have been followed up and a lot of good work that has been done lately. But it is also those 1 or 2 cases that you read in the media of a police officer has been arrested for murder or for carrying an illegal firearm or for rape. And that breaks down the public's trust in the whole police services. And together we can change that, but we have to make an awareness. And I think the more we share and we inform the public of the good that we are doing, the more it will build the trust back into the police services. And that starts with us also not employing people with questionable backgrounds, but welcoming back people that are proper and fit to be part of the police services that we see for South Africa. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkeling. Yeah, it's a catch-22. Minister Mfuna, I've noted you as well. I have you on, but it's a catch-22 with regards to the reports of cops being arrested and charged, because we obviously think it's fantastic that there's a process of cleaning up, but there's a sense of disappointment too, because we don't want it to be that way. Honourable Letlape.
Thanks, Chair. Can I please ask to keep my video off, because it's going to affect my network?
No stress.
Chair, let me welcome the report. It's a very detailed report, I must say, and very informative as well. This clearly shows that there was consultation from people who are mostly affected by these issues that we discuss in the committee. Chair, I just want to make comments on the recruitment and the selection process that needs to be reviewed, because the basic standard criteria for requirements of qualifications, attributes, and behavioral conduct checks can't just be it, because we need to be much more stricter. It can't be an easy thing to become a police officer. And I'm saying this because these are people that we leave lives of citizens of South Africa in their hands. And we leave their capacity, we believe, and we have to trust them that they can protect us. And that is why we need to be more strict in who becomes a man or a woman in blue in South Africa. So that really needs to be figured out. And the issue of the training curriculum. In the review of the training curriculum, we need to consider and align the curriculum to the current crime trends that are happening and to the future trends that can be considering socio-economic conditions in the country. I think it needs to be really properly researched on what is it that we need to train our police officers, looking at where we are now and where would we be in probably 10, 30 years, because this policy can be reviewed at any time. But my suggestion is that when we do this curriculum, we need to do it based on what we are currently faced with as a country and what we are possibly going to be faced with in the coming years. But you know, this policy is a brilliant policy. It really needs intentional willingness to implement. The pillars are very clear on what we aim to achieve, but we just need to be very intentional with regards to implementation and the use of technology as well. We need to, I think the subs need to consider their prioritization in terms of budget. So when we asked during the budget processes, we said, we need subs to tell us, if we were to give you this amount of money that you are asking for, where will the money go? So that we see where the priorities are. And if the priorities needs to be re-looked at, we need to look at that. But part of the priorities is the technology in the subs department, where we would not only be reactive to crime, we will be able to detect crime. so that it also gives trust and confidence to the citizens and the people of South Africa to say, police are not only responsive to crime, they don't react in 5 minutes or 10 minutes after they are called, but they're able to detect before a crime can be committed. And that is very important. That also the intelligence-based policing as well, that we need to find a way of strengthening our capacity with regards to that. And with regards to the GBVF services and victim support, I know there's over 1,100 VFRs in police stations. We had made a proposal that, considering the resources, the limited resources that we had, maybe we must also try and pilot these in different provinces where we would have a police station that has capacity of accommodating healthcare workers, counselors, and all that, and have a police station of a one-stop shop arrangement of GBVF victims, where when a person comes to a police station, they find everything in one place instead of being sent to a hospital, being sent from one place to another, and pilot it and see how effective it would be in assisting these victims. And maybe in the long run, then would be able to expand it to other police stations. But really, Chair, I think this report was well considered, and it really needs people who are willing to implement, but we must also give ourselves time frames. I think it was mentioned already that when we say this is what we're going to do, we need to set ourselves time frames so that we are also able to keep tabs on whether we are progressing or not, on whether the policy is being implemented or not. Because if we don't give ourselves time, it can happen in 10 years' time, and they'll still say, yeah, we said we'll do it. So it's very important that we give ourselves time frames to improve ourselves. The department needs to be able to improve themselves. They need to be able to improve their ways of combating crime, their ways of responding to crime, and all of that. So time frames are going to be very important for us to be able to keep track on whether we're progressing or regressing in that regard. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Lehlape. Honourable Meshwe.
Thank you, Chairperson. I must confirm what my colleagues have said, that this is a good and very detailed policy document. We trust that implementation will happen so that everybody can see that the police are taking a different direction as it is the intent of this policy. Many crimes go unreported because of poor feedback from the police. If feedback to communities can be strengthened, there will definitely be maybe an improvement in the reporting of crime that must happen. And also regarding the loss of detectives, that many times leads to poor investigations. Talk about developing a strategy to retain our detectives is very important. And it is true that we have many capable, young, strong, and able, experienced detectives that have retired. And because of a lack of manpower, I would agree that all those that are healthy and strong, regardless of the retirement age that has to be reviewed, I also believe that they have to be brought back. They have to be allowed to reapply so that we can increase the capacity of our people or of our detectives, so that most of the cases they take to court, they bring the desired results, and that the courts do not throw them out for lack of information or insufficient evidence. A culture, the vision, we hear that the vision of the Secretariat. One of them is to develop a culture of lawfulness. I'm sure we'll all agree that we are now living in a lawless society. So it is encouraging to hear about a vision of developing a culture of lawfulness. Under Pillar 1, police are always obviously also allowed to use force, and this is a very tricky one. The question is, when should the police use force? Many times we hear, particularly the previous minister would say, return fire with fire. But at what stage? When one talks one-to-one with some of these policemen, they will tell you that, hey, we are scared because if I learn to travel, I'm going to be alone. I will not have the support of my superiors. So I think there needs to be clarity on when police should use force. When a police officer is confronted by an armed group of people or an armed criminal, it is a tricky situation, they say. They see the person is armed, maybe even he has drawn his revolver, but does that give the police the right to shoot? Or police should always shoot back? Should they always wait for the criminal to shoot them? Because the more they will wait for them to shoot first, the more they might not, the chances of them losing an opportunity to shoot back. So I would want to know how can we ensure that when police see a policy that says you are allowed to use force, that they will be able to know exactly when and how to do it. Mentoring as a pillar is an excellent thing, mentoring in policing. Can we get some more meat on this? How do we mentor in a department where you have the numbers are low of police you have short manpower, and as a result, these people have to run all over many times to chase after criminals or to ensure that people do not go into lawlessness. So when we talk about mentoring, what do we do? What do we mean by that? How do we do that practically so that it's not just words on paper? The last one, the lifestyle audit, obviously, all of us, we MPs, we are audited. We are making submissions every year. And we see some policemen who are living beyond their means. So as we talk about timelines, I'm more specifically interested in this one. Have this audit started? If not, when are they going to start? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Reverend. Before I hand over to Minister Mtunu, I've noted DM Boshielo as well. Just in terms of the use of force, if I may just say something there. In the Criminal Procedure Act and in SAP standing orders, it is very clear regarding the use of force. I think in the policy, we can deliberate possibly more in terms of different types of scenarios, but in general, in South Africa, it clearly states that deadly force is only justified if there's a serious, very serious violence, or if there is a direct threat to life. And it's important that we also speak about the proportionality of force. So we always talk about the principle of proportionality. Someone or deadly force should not be used against someone who is unarmed or poses no immediate threat to life. And again, I mean, if a police officer's life is being threatened, or someone, a member of the public, and they are able to change that, then there's more than enough room in legislation. But I agree that I think there could be even more detail with regards to that. One question that I have is whether the SAPS amendment bill will actually be tabled within the coming year. I think that will also assist with all the recommendations and questions for, a lot of them will be answered through that. Minister Mtunu, over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and the members of the Portfolio Committee for the discussion on these matters. The first a statement that I want to make in response to some of the questions is one, it relates to concern that crime is on the rise generally. As the Honorable Member Kolapanat was saying, and on that matter, we concur, but cautiously, by saying the following, that crime in South Africa, in our view, is not out of control. Neither is it
Sorry, Chair. Honorable Minister. Sorry, I don't want to be rude. Honorable Chair, my signal here today is very bad. I don't know what is wrong. And I'm very, very sorry, Honorable Minister, to barge in like this. But I had my hand raised and then I lost connection and I did not raise my concerns in terms of the report and in terms of everything, in terms of the presentation. And I feel it will miss out on some of the things that I wanted to say. If I allow you to complete your side, and then I will miss out on the things that I feel is important that has been going on at police stations around the country. So if you can indulge me, please, Honorable Chair and Honorable Minister, I will be grateful. Thank you.
Honorable Tabosh, I'm just going to ask the Minister to finish his point, and then I will come to you, as he has already started. If it's okay with DM Boshielo, I will shove you into the queue there. But let's just let the Minister finish his point. Thank you, Minister Mtunu.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, for guidance. Wanted to say this, make this statement and elaborate very briefly on it, that from where we sit, crime in South Africa is on the rise. We submit that we agree with that sentiment, both at the level of facts and at the level of perception on both. We then go on to say we have to be cautious, not fearing for ourselves or wanting to cover up, but be realistic. And we say that yes, from where we sit, crime is not out of control. And there, even within that statement, we're not suggesting that it is under control. And that's why we say neither is it under control. It's not out of control, neither is it under control. And it's possible to say this when you're in Parliament, because there's a lot of rationalization and a lot of thought in terms of making statements and assessing. And between not under control and neither not out of control, neither under control, there are these things that are happening. We are fighting crime, and we're not far from the Portfolio Committee, really fighting crime in South Africa. And what makes us make this kind of statement is that from where we sit, we are making progress. We really think we're making progress, or feel we're making progress. We see where we're going on a number of aspects on policing in South Africa. But we don't want to exaggerate and make that as if we're boasting when other communities are suffering from crime. But yes, we're in the public platform here, and we're making that statement, though, that we see where we're going. We see the direction is going to help us, and I'm going to substantiate. Hence, our assertion that from when we sit in these trenches where we are, we can't say crime is out of control, but we don't want to exaggerate that either and say it is under control. Now, there's the first statement. Second statement, what is it that backs up our statement? Last week, we had a session of 3 hours where we're looking at technology. It was the fourth meeting that we're holding, and we finalized. We started by saying, what is the status of technology that is in use in support of policing in South Africa, and which are the aspects that require upgraded and effective technological support, and where are we on those, and where geographically in South Africa would we need this technology, upgraded technology, more than elsewhere. Now, we've done all those tests. We're at a level where we're now saying SAPS must then go on to acquire in accordance with the plan that we've made. We're saying this in relation to our analysis that crime in South Africa is concentrated in 4 provinces. And we know those provinces, we've been speaking about them. And in those provinces, it's the metros, except for Eastern Cape, where you have to include Mthatha as an area. And therefore, with the limited resources that we have and others that we are trying to acquire, these will be our priorities and so on. This type of technology or sets of technology, and then for these particular areas. And then we'll cover the rest at another stage. We're advancing, we're trying to grab all the time that we get to pick up speed in terms of getting to a level where we deploy all this technology via departmental processes and all of that. But on the other hand, we're also dealing with the CI. We're not moving at the speed that we want on crime intelligence, but we're just dealing with some processes which we will finalize some point. Now, both of the two, I'll indicate timeframes and all of that. And the next one is in the cities that have a concentration of crime. We did say that the committees are aware, we are signing cooperative agreements with an aim of boosting policing in those areas in all aspects. We're left with Durban now. We've done Gauteng, and we see that in all the metros in Gauteng, we're very enthusiastic about this. And all high-profile people attended, including the province. We think that is quite a booster, these cooperative agreements on the ground. And remember that these agreements and the rollout plans that will follow are meant for communities. They are not meant for high-profile things like highways and big centers, big intersections. We'll live and improve on that via Chanela, but we want another parallel of Chanela within communities and so on. So this is going to boost numbers. visibility, and all other areas of policing from where we are. It hasn't started making an impact, but in due course it will. Then I want to take you to confidence as police, as a police portfolio, that we've observed that there are a number of problems internally within SAPS that you need to go through overhauling some systems, boosting morale of police and all of that. And there's a workshop that we're planning. It's a national workshop, but it's on wellness basically. But it's a big category. There are quite a number of issues within that wellness, because when we listen to all wellness related issues, we found that SAPS as a department have a number of programs, but the problem, if you look at suicides within police, if you look at anger control, you look at the number of people who are leaving the service, you look at indebtedness, you look at promotion policies and systems, quite a number aren't working. They are there, they are being implemented. But when we asked the presenters, do you think all of these are working? Because we see increase. They confirmed that there's increase in all these categories, which could be a pointer that whilst we have these measures, but they don't seem to be getting us where we are. So there will be a 3-day workshop in January 2025, where we want to look at all of this in 3 days, solely concentrating on rehabilitating internal systems that require that kind of mechanism. And I hope we'll be able to invite the portfolio so that you yourselves can prepare yourselves on a number of these. We'll distribute the programs to clear. This will include the image that members are talking about and are worried about. We will be talking about the image of police via those that are incrementally getting found on the other side of the law. What are the root causes of this? And we'll be dealing with that. Then there will then be a workshop a month, but certainly a month later, but certainly before the end of this financial year, which will be a 2-day or so summit now, no longer a workshop. We'll take all the recommendations that will arise from the workshop and then take them to the summit. But the summit will deal with policy, improving. We'll be assessing policy. One of the areas of concentration will be, how do you shift a system of policing that is largely reactive to that one that is largely proactive? We'll be comparing ourselves with other countries and to see how they got where others may be who are ahead of us, and looking at trends and so on. But in essence, we'll be assessing effectiveness and efficiencies in policing in South Africa as a whole, as opposed to the workshop that will be focusing on internal matters that I've outlined in part. Everything that members of the portfolio committee are talking about, what is the time frame? For instance, even those that have clarity, we're hoping that at the end of the financial year, we will go over and complete all those matters, including certainty. And the chair, I'm happy, is very certain about use of force, because there's a law that was reviewed, Section 49, and we stand by that definition, and we're satisfied. And police are highly trained on that. in terms of knowing exactly when to use force and how to use that proportionally and all of that. But we just want to raise all those matters in a very public platform so that people can be aware of. Even on GPVS, including on recruitment, the very important and high-level issue of recruitment. We're talking here in the summit, we'll be talking about recruitment for DPCI in the first place. How should people get to DPCI if they are your elite detectives dealing with some of the most complicated areas of work? How must we recruit as opposed to what we're doing now? To the detectives themselves and to police general, we will be categorizing that and be very specific on that at the workshop. So the department is busy preparing for that. They now have a team that is preparing for the workshop. We're going to set up the other one that will be preparing now for the other one, the summit, which is much more broader, but much more insightful. We'll be getting into some of the things we may not have looked at for quite a while on policing in the country, because we want to emerge stronger, much more effective, much more efficient. But we would have needed to clean some of the things internally in order to arrive at the summit much healthier than if we did it the other way around. And then I want to say that on GPV and F, yes, we do want to caution on piling pressure on police about how they treat victims by saying, we have engaged social development who have not come back to us on saying, we would want to see them supplying social workers in each and every police station in the country, because to insist that police must improve on their handling of victims when they are actually not trained on that. And I don't see us wanting to train police on how to handle victims beyond respect and integrity and so on, passing or surpassing social workers. It's their duty. And if they are posted, they won't just deal with those cases that arrive at the police station. They will study communities and know what is happening in the houses, what is happening in terms of everything social ills in a community, better than police. Police, they focus on, when they look at communities, they are interested in who is a criminal, who is committing crimes here, more than studying social trends and all of that. And if we divert them to that, then policing will suffer. And that's how it has suffered over the years. And so there needs to be balance between police work and social work in each policing area and policing and police station. And the last point is on feedback, which I'm saying we agree with Reverend Beshua on us having to improve feedback. To that, we have the last round of discussions with communications in our department, so that we can put ourselves at opposition subs to a level where they communicate. But they are doing much better from where we are in terms of communication. But it's not us who must improve and then judge ourselves. We depend on feedback from the communities, whether there is improvement on that, and the portfolio committee. But I thought I should mention all these matters in broadly agreeing with the portfolio committee on their observations on the need to make improvements but that we will land in the workshop and in the summit sometime next year on all these matters. But the policy itself that was delivered today, policy and policy, we're looking at the end of this month, so that beginning of November, we begin to implement, so that by the time we get to the summit, it will be several months in implementation, together with the integrated crime and violence prevention strategy, which itself will flow from the broader strategy, and some of the others like anti-crime and anti-organized crime strategy, and a number of other initiatives that are being taken. Chair, thank you very much. This also will include, like I said, on DNA and forensics and dockets. We are wanting to projectize these ones so that we clean the backlogs as soon as possible. But there are a number of other issues internally that we need to clean up, as I say. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. DM Bushielo.
Thank you very much. I think the Minister said almost everything. Just to add two things. One,
The
in
Minister,
terms of
sorry, DM, the Minister even did my opening remarks for next week.
yeah, I think was spot on. In terms of infrastructure of our facilities, including the police station, I must say that we are now working well with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. And I think they might be assisting us in unlocking some of the issues, because it's not us who's doing this facilities. Yes, they've given some for us to be able to do that, but the bulk of it still remain with Public Works and Infrastructure, but we meet from time to time for us to be able to do that. But also to say, Chair, we've come to this portfolio meeting almost every Wednesday. And, it's like we're coming here to cry ourselves out that we don't have enough resources to be able to implement our strategies and everything. And what we are doing, including this policy that is put in front of you, is to say to you, we know what we want to do, and we are very conscious of what we need in order to be able to achieve that. So we would still want your support, Chair, rather than the condemnation every other time we come to the portfolio as if nothing is done. You know the situation better, Chair. You have only about 153,000 police officers, and they're trying to protect 62 million people in South Africa. And you can imagine how difficult it is. So we're not saying we're at our best, as the Minister has said, but not necessarily that we must condemn everything and demoralize everybody such that at the end we don't even have anything to help us. Yes, our officers are trying very hard. Yes, of course, in any household, you'll have that naughty children who do things that you're not supposed to, and will be able to deal with them. But let's not paint it as if the police are corrupt, they can't do the work, they can't be anything and everything. And also to say, we're trying very hard to bring the new police in, about 10,000, as you know. But the reality is, as you bring 10,000, there's also attrition rate. There's also resignation due to ill health. There's also killing of police and also resignations. So sometimes we bring 10 and 6 is out. So that might be the problem also that we are facing. But let's commend our police to say, even face kind of things, even if they're faced with some of their colleagues who are doing something that they should not be doing, we might not need to throw everything out. And then I've seen some of us members, when we speak to the media every other day, we speak about as if we are not reporting to you the real challenge. The public might not know, but we take you into confidence, and you know yourself also. Some of the challenges that we're going through And it will be good if all of us can be together in terms of combating this crime, because at the end, we need all our communities to be safe. I think the last one for me will be when you train people, what Honorable Litlape was saying. You know, I went to a pass out parade in Bishu. There were more than 700 captains passing out. They are young, very energetic. I think they're 22 or 23, and you can see they're ready to do the job and everything. So it will not be possible to look at a person and say, she was talking about the recruitment, this one can be a policeman, looking at him maybe with some black hair or whatever, it can be a police, it'll be a so we don't have something like that. Some of the things happen as people get used to the system, but I can tell you our recruitment, yes, it might not be perfect, and we want some suggestions for you to assist us to do that. But I think we're getting the best from there. What we can do, I think the referent said it, we must mentor them and be able to show them the better light so that they don't go into other things. And also, when we're talking about the force that the police use, also there's this thing, especially also from committee members, where others will even say the police are trigger happy. You know, there's no situation where I've seen a policeman just going down the street killing people. Normally, they will be responding to people trying to shoot them. And in terms of that, then you as the portfolio committee, you know, will start being on us. The human rights will be on us. The IPIT will be on us, the media and the NGOs. But when there's a level of crimes going up, you also come back to us, but there's the high level of crimes. So I'm just trying to say, let's be careful what we put outside there. We are together, we want to solve this problem. Let's do it together. Let's not try to compete with each other, but where you think we need to improve, like what you said, we have noted all the things that you said we need to improve on, but also assist us, and don't scare us and say the public there think we are not doing anything and whatever. We're trying. It's difficult, but we're trying very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DM. Take note and acknowledged. Colleagues, we've just about come to the end of our meeting today. I would just want to thank everyone. Honorable Taibosh, you wanted to raise a point. You had disappeared again. I see you are there now. Do you still want to say something?
Yes, please, Honorable Cameron. I really think that my inputs here should be heard. I may upset a few people, but I'm just going to speak from the heart, and I'm going to speak the truth, and I'm going to speak from experience, from what's out there. So if I upset anybody, I'm sorry, it's not my intentions. But the public, the community out there have been suffering for a very long time. Now, when we look at the police force, it used to be an honor to be a policeman. Our policemen used to be proud when they donned that uniform. Nowadays, they don't even wear that uniform properly. It hangs on them. For others, it's too small. You know, when you leave home and you're a policeman, your life is already in danger at the moment in this country. All right. So, you know, your danger pay, your danger protection should start from the time you leave home as a policeman, because already you are in danger. Then, I mean, you're going to the police station and you report for duty, and you interact with your colleagues, but you guys don't understand each other. Because we have a major problem in police stations. Most police stations in colored townships, and I'm going to refer to the colored townships because that's the only police station that I get to go to and I get to see. Because you guys don't understand each other, you don't speak the same language. We have a problem with language barriers at police station. It's a major problem because now, and I know you've heard this before, the public comes, they want to lay a charge, and the public, you know, the lady speaks Afrikaans, and the officer behind the desk does not have Afrikaans, and he's trying to interpret and understand what the lady says. So clearly, that statement that she gives is not say the right thing. That's the one thing. Then, if I go back and I look at the that we're talking about, crime intelligence. We've got so much crime intelligence sitting dormant in offices that are not being used. All right. I take a place like, take the Western Cape. The Western Cape is a predominantly so-called colored area. Granted for all the squatter camps that came up eventually when when the political parties tried to change the demography of the demographics of the Western Cape, then a whole lot of squatter camps came up, and it's changed dramatically now. So much so that those are all our crime hotspots in the Western Cape. But if I look at the Western Cape and the police management, all right, the top management in the police in the Western Cape, and where it really matters, I don't see us using these people that are born here in the West, all that knows everything, that knows, the ones that do, they get, when we can just go back in a couple of years from now backwards and see how many of the top called because they know so much. But those are the people that can help the situation. That is the crux of your crime intelligence, because they know these areas.
Well, Tabosh, I think we've lost you. Colleagues, I'm going to conclude. We have had quite a significant session, and I just want to say again, thank you to the Minister of Police, the Deputy Ministers for attending. I think just in terms of the policy, again, I want to reiterate that it was a fantastic presentation by the Secretariat, and I want to appreciate the input from the Minister and his team regarding that too afterwards. So too with the DNA board. I know you are tasked with a sometimes ungrateful task, and that it does not go past unseen. And we would like to continue engaging with you and working together, as DM Boshielo mentioned. I think in terms of just a takeaway from today with regard to the policy, I think things that we would like to add as positive contributions would be further signs of an integrated strategy with the National Prosecuting Authority, which would be a way to significantly improve and strengthen the prosecution rates, along with the large amounts of arrests being made, and to collaborate on investigative capacity. I like the idea of getting policy direction regarding the devolution of powers. You can imagine what a significant impact we can make if we share the responsibility of doing ballistic testing on a local level. For example, if you use the Cape Flats, the very, very low level of successful prosecution and significant pressure on SAP's ballistic testing capacity. And I think there's so much positive work that we can do in that regard. In terms of the comments by DM Boshielo, I think it's crucial that we bring back urgent psychometric testing of candidates for the police academies. You would know, and everyone on here, DM yourself, the passion that we all have for policing is so important, and it cannot just be taken by someone as an 8 to 5. So it's important that we get back psychometric testing for recruits. As far as I'm aware, I don't know if it started again, but for about 2 years there wasn't really any psychometric testing, and it's important that we return that to ensure that we get the highest quality candidates to be recruits in the South African Police Service. And then lastly, I think that we would really welcome Minister Mchunu, the suggestion that you made for the committee's involvement with the said seminars or conferences or get-togethers or whatever we will call them at that stage. It would be of great value to us. So yeah, I'm going to end off there, and I just want to thank everyone for their contributions today. I think it was a positive session, and I think we can build on it going forward, and we will see everyone next week, Wednesday. Thank you very much.
Long
Thank you,
live
Chair.
the Chair, long live.
Thank you, Chair.